In the grand theater of the Middle Ages, amid the clang of swords, the solemn prayers of monks, and the songs of wandering poets, one woman stood taller than most kings of her time. Her name was Eleanor of Aquitaine, a name that echoes across nearly 9 centuries of history, still spoken with awe, fascination, and even controversy. She was not merely a queen. She was an empire maker, a woman of ambition and intelligence who refused to remain silent in an age that sought to silence women. She was the Duchess of Aquitaine in her own right, Queen of France by her first marriage, and Queen of England by her second. She was the mother of Richard the Lionheart and John, the king who would sign Magna Carta. She was grandmother to emperors, kings, and queens who reshaped Europe. Her life stretched from 1122 to 1204, nearly 82 years in a century, where few lived so long, and even fewer lived with such intensity. Hers was a life that began in the vineyards and troubadour courts of southern France, blossomed in the palaces of Paris, marched on crusade to the burning deserts of the Holy Land, endured in the iron fortresses of England, and ended in the cloisters of a convent, cloaked in legend and reverence. It was a life of contradiction. She was both adored and despised, celebrated and condemned. She was praised by poets as the very embodiment of courtly grace, yet vilified by chroniclers who feared a woman who dared to wield power like a king. Some called her the grandmother of Europe. Others accused her of being manipulative, even sinful. But whether admired or condemned, no one who knew Eleanor, no one who felt her influence, could deny her force of will. She shaped the destiny of nations not by accident, but by design. At a time when the map of Europe was being drawn in blood and ink, Eleanor's marriages united vast territories. Her inheritance of Aquitaine gave her wealth and independence. Her marriage to Louis VII of France tied her to the Capetian dynasty, and her later union with Henry II bound her to the Plantagenets, rulers of an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. But Eleanor was more than the threads that tied kings together. She was a patron of poets and philosophers, cultivating the very idea of chivalry and courtly love that would define European culture for centuries. Her court in Poitiers became a beacon of art and romance, where troubadours sang of love not merely as duty, but as passion, as something that could elevate the soul. Yet beyond the songs and stories, Eleanor was also a warrior queen, not in the sense of bearing arms, but in the sense of enduring, resisting, and fighting for survival in a ruthless age. She went on crusade to Jerusalem, enduring the same hunger, thirst, and danger as any knight. She raised armies to defend her children. She defied kings, even her own husband, Henry II, and faced the price of rebellion. 15 years in captivity. And yet, when she was released, when most would have been broken, Eleanor returned to power. In her 70s, she negotiated with popes and kings. She arranged marriages that would shape dynasties. She rode across mountains, frail yet unyielding, to secure the future of her grandchildren. Even in her last years, she was no passive relic of the past. She was still, as she had always been, the lioness of her age. To tell the story of Eleanor of Aquitaine is not simply to recount the life of a queen. It is to open a window into the turbulent heart of medieval Europe. It is to see a world of crusades and castles, of betrayal and loyalty, of faith and power. It is to witness the birth of legends, Richard the Lionheart, John Lackland, the Plantagenets, the Angevin Empire, all of which were shaped in part by her hand. Her life is not a single tale, but many. The tale of a brilliant young duchess who became a child bride queen, the tale of a crusader marching under the cross, the tale of a mother watching her sons rise against their father, the tale of a widow who outlived them all, sitting in the twilight of her years as Europe bent to the dynasty she had forged. Even now, historians debate her motives, her influence, and her character. Was she a romantic visionary or a cold strategist? Was she driven by love, ambition, survival, or all of these at once? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between, for Eleanor was not a figure carved of myth alone, but a flesh-and-blood woman, whose greatness lay in her ability to navigate the storm of her age. And so, we begin. The story of Eleanor of Aquitaine is not just the story of a queen, it is the story of Europe in the 12th century, told through the life of a woman who defied expectation, reshaped kingdoms, and left a legacy that endures to this day. This is her story. The year was 1122. Europe was in flux, a continent of contradictions. Kingdoms forged in blood, yet cloaked in faith. Lords and peasants bound together by loyalty and fear. Cathedrals rising stone by stone, while fields of wheat stretched endlessly beyond their walls. In the heart of this world lay Aquitaine, one of the largest and wealthiest duchies in France. It stretched across the south and west of the kingdom, from the rolling vineyards of Bordeaux to the mountains brushing the Spanish frontier. Aquitaine was unlike the harsher northern lands. Its soil was rich, its rivers abundant, and its climate gentle enough to foster not only harvests, but culture. Where the north built fortresses against endless war, Aquitaine built courts alive with poetry and song. It was here that troubadours flourished, wandering poets and musicians who composed verses of fin amour, refined courtly love, celebrating not only knights and kings, but also ladies whose beauty and influence could inspire devotion. It was into this world that Eleanor was born. In the city of Poitiers, the beating heart of Aquitaine, she first opened her eyes to a life destined for greatness. She was the eldest daughter of Duke William X of Aquitaine, a man both respected and feared. Her mother, Eleanor of Châtellerault, gave her not only noble blood, but also a name that carried echoes of elegance. From the beginning, Eleanor's future was unusual. In a time when most noble women were pawns in dynastic games, Eleanor was heir to her father's duchy. Aquitaine was nearly a kingdom in itself, greater in size than the royal domains of the French king in Paris. To hold it was to command wealth, armies, and influence, power enough to shape the destiny of Europe. Eleanor's childhood was steeped in splendor. She grew up in castles surrounded by the pageantry of medieval life. Stone halls lit by torches, banners fluttering in the wind, knights training in courtyards, and troubadours singing long into the night. She absorbed the rhythms of politics as easily as she learned music and poetry. She watched her father receive vassals, dispense justice, and lead hunts that doubled as displays of authority. But Aquitaine was not only political and military, it was cultural. Poitiers and Bordeaux rivaled Paris, not in size but in refinement. Scholars, poets, and musicians gravitated to the courts of Aquitaine, where they were welcomed and patronized. Eleanor's early exposure to this atmosphere made her into something rare, a woman of intellect as well as beauty, a noble heir trained in both governance and grace. Her education was exceptional for a girl of her time. Eleanor was taught Latin, the language of the church, and diplomacy. She read works of philosophy and theology. She learned to play music, to appreciate poetry, and to understand the politics of both her duchy and Christendom at large. But she was also trained in skills befitting a ruler, to ride fearlessly, to hunt alongside men, and to manage estates. She understood how to command loyalty, when to display generosity, and when to stand firm. Those who knew her described her as strikingly beautiful, golden-haired, intelligent-eyed, her presence commanding attention. Yet even more than beauty, it was her wit, her charm, and her confidence that drew admiration. Eleanor was not content to fade into the background of history. She was destined to play a role upon its stage. But destiny often comes unexpectedly. In the spring of 1137, Eleanor was 15. Her father, Duke William X, embarked on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, seeking both spiritual renewal and political strength. The journey proved fatal. William fell ill and died before reaching his destination. His sudden death sent shockwaves through Aquitaine. With his passing, Eleanor inherited one of the greatest duchies in Europe. But for a young woman, such wealth and power brought danger as well as opportunity. Every ambitious noble saw in her inheritance a prize worth seizing. Armies could march to claim her lands. Lords could conspire to control her through marriage. William X had foreseen the perils his daughter would face. On his deathbed, he entrusted Eleanor to the protection of King Louis VI of France, known as Louis the Fat. The king understood the stakes. To leave Aquitaine unguarded was to risk chaos. To secure it, he moved swiftly and arranged a marriage. Within months, Eleanor was betrothed to Louis VI's son, Prince Louis, soon to be Louis VII of France. The match was not only practical, but transformative. By uniting Eleanor's vast lands with the French crown, the Capetians strengthened their hold over the kingdom. For Eleanor, it meant a sudden shift from duchess to queen. In the summer of 1137, she traveled north to meet her husband-to-be. The contrast could not have been sharper. Eleanor came from Aquitaine, warm, cultured, filled with song and romance. Paris, by comparison, was a muddy, gray city, its court more rigid, its customs more austere. Yet Eleanor would adapt, bringing with her the spirit of Aquitaine and its culture. At just 15 years old, Eleanor of Aquitaine became Queen of France. Her life as duchess and heiress was over. Before her lay a new destiny, one that would test her strength, her wit, and her willpower. And so began the first great chapter in the life of the woman who would be queen twice over, and who would, through triumph and tragedy alike, leave her indelible mark on the history of Europe. Aquitaine. The very name carried weight in the medieval world, a duchy vast and formidable, stretching across much of what is now southwestern France. Its lands were unlike the harsher climates of the north. Here the sun lingered longer, warming the fertile valleys and river plains. Here, life seemed abundant, generous, and touched with beauty. The countryside was a patchwork of vineyards, orchards, and fields where wheat and barley swayed in the breeze. Vines laden with grapes clung to the soil along the Garonne and the Dordogne, producing wines that would travel far beyond the borders of France. From the tables of dukes to the goblets of kings, Aquitaine's wine was a mark of refinement and luxury, a liquid emblem of the duchy's prosperity. But the rivers of Aquitaine carried more than grapes. They were arteries of commerce, linking the fertile inland to the wide Atlantic coast. The bustling ports of Bordeaux and La Rochelle welcomed merchants from England, Flanders, Spain, and even the Mediterranean world. Cargo holds groaned with spices from the Levant, silks from Byzantium, salt from the marshes of the Atlantic, and furs from the forests of the north. Markets thrummed with energy as traders shouted their wares, clattering hooves echoed on cobblestones, and the scents of saffron, cinnamon, and roasting meats mingled in the air. Aquitaine was not merely rich in goods, it was rich in culture. Its dukes and duchesses had long cultivated an image not only of authority, but of sophistication. Here, unlike in many other corners of medieval Europe, power and poetry were intertwined. Castles were not just fortresses of stone, they were halls of music, laughter, and art. It was in Aquitaine that the troubadour tradition flourished, an artistic movement that would ripple across Europe and shape the very language of chivalry. Troubadours sang not of conquest alone, but of love refined into an art. They spoke of fin amour, courtly love, a devotion that exalted passion, loyalty, and admiration, often directed toward noble ladies. In their verses, women became more than daughters, wives, or mothers. They became muses, guiding stars, and sometimes even arbiters of virtue and honor. In Eleanor's homeland, women of high rank could wield influence in ways unthinkable elsewhere. They could preside over courts of poetry, where the merits of love and fidelity were debated as earnestly as politics. They could inspire knights to valor and poets to verse. And though Aquitaine was no utopia, for it was still bound by the hierarchies and constraints of the Middle Ages, its cultural atmosphere offered a freedom of expression and an appreciation of feminine influence that would shape Eleanor's outlook for life. This flowering of art and thought was not accidental. Aquitaine lay at a crossroads of civilizations. The legacy of Rome still lingered, in the crumbling aqueducts that spanned valleys, in the straight lines of ancient roads, in the Latin phrases woven into daily speech. From the south and west came influences more exotic still. The Iberian Peninsula, just across the Pyrenees, was then divided between Christian kingdoms and Muslim-ruled Al-Andalus. The exchange of ideas, goods, and philosophies that passed across those borders found their way into Aquitaine. It was here that Eleanor's ancestors and contemporaries encountered translations of Aristotle and Plato, preserved in Arabic and rendered into Latin. It was here that scholars first grappled with the advanced sciences of the Islamic world, astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. It was here that textiles arrived dyed in vivid colors unknown in the north, and music drifted across courts with rhythms borrowed from Moorish Spain. To walk the halls of Poitiers or Bordeaux was to walk through a corridor of cultures where Latin learning, Arabic philosophy, and French artistry mingled into something altogether new. This cosmopolitan character set Aquitaine apart. Where the northern courts of France often clung to austerity and piety, the south embraced vitality, creativity, and a touch of extravagance. Life here was not merely endured, but celebrated. Feasts lasted long into the night, accompanied by music, poetry, and laughter. Dukes commissioned tapestries and illuminated manuscripts, not only as signs of wealth, but as testaments to a way of life that valued the union of strength and beauty. And in the very heart of this world, in Poitiers, a child opened her eyes to her inheritance. Eleanor, daughter of Duke William X, was born into a land that was not only rich in material resources, but alive with ideas, music, and ambition. Her earliest memories were shaped not just by the austere rites of the church, but by the colors of festivals, the melodies of troubadours, the sight of her father's court alive with knights, scholars, and poets. Aquitaine was a land of abundance, but it was also a land of expectation. To be its heir was not simply to enjoy its luxuries. It was to bear the responsibility of defending its borders, protecting its wealth, and guiding its culture into the future. Eleanor's youth would be defined by this dual inheritance, the wealth of a duchy envied by kings, and the spirit of a culture that celebrated both power and poetry. It was from this foundation that Eleanor of Aquitaine would rise. From vineyards and rivers, from courts filled with song and scripture, from a land where Roman ruins stood beside Moorish rhythms, there emerged a woman destined to stand astride the thrones of France and England, to mother kings, to defy husbands, to command armies, and to shape the destiny of Europe. Here, in this land of plenty, the legend of Eleanor began. From the very beginning, Eleanor of Aquitaine's world was marked by privilege, expectation, and the unshakable weight of her father's legacy. Her father, Duke William X of Aquitaine, was no ordinary noble. He was tall and commanding, a figure who seemed to embody the grandeur of his lands. He was both warrior and patron, fierce on the battlefield, but equally capable of nurturing the flowering culture that distinguished Aquitaine from the rest of Europe. His court was a place where contradictions lived side by side. The sound of clashing swords in the practice yard echoed just beyond the walls, where troubadours plucked lutes and sang of love and longing. William X's reputation was mixed, as all rulers' reputations are. To some, he was a deeply devout man, loyal to the church, often seen in prayer, seeking divine guidance in an uncertain world. To others, he was a stern and exacting master, quick to anger and unyielding in discipline. For Eleanor, growing up under his watchful eye meant learning not just obedience but vigilance. For her father taught, both in word and by example, that authority must be exercised with strength, and that weakness, even in moments of mercy, could be fatal for those who ruled. If William X gave Eleanor her steel, her mother gave her grace. Eleanor of Châtellerault, though less recorded in history, remains present in the shape of her daughter's early years. Eleanor's influence was quieter, but no less significant. From her, Eleanor inherited refinement, the subtle poise expected of a lady of high birth. Though the records of her life are faint, the echoes suggest a woman of dignity and composure, whose very presence offered Eleanor a model of how to move through a world where men wielded swords and titles, yet where women, too, could command respect through gentleness, wit, and courtesy. Even Eleanor's very name reflected her lineage. Derived from Aliénor, the other Eleanor, it bound her identity to her mother's legacy while marking her as distinct, a new bearer of a noble line. To be called Eleanor was not merely to be named, it was to be set apart, to carry forward an inheritance both of blood and of destiny. As the eldest daughter, Eleanor stood in a position both privileged and perilous. She was heir not only to lands and wealth, but also to responsibility. Unlike many girls of her age and station, she was not raised simply to become a bride in the service of a political alliance. She was raised to rule. From her earliest days, her education reflected the gravity of this role. Tutors were summoned from across the duchy, chosen not only for their erudition, but for their ability to prepare a child for sovereignty. Eleanor learned Latin, the language of church, law, and diplomacy. She read the scriptures, absorbing the sacred lessons that underpinned Christendom, but her studies extended further still. In the quiet chambers of her father's castle, she was introduced to the surviving classics of antiquity, fragments of Cicero, Aristotle, and Virgil, whose words still whispered of empire, philosophy, and glory long after Rome had crumbled. Music and poetry, too, formed part of her training. Eleanor learned to dance, to sing, and to understand the etiquette of courtly life. To many, these might appear the refinements of leisure, but in truth they were weapons as sharp as any sword. to command attention at a banquet, to inspire loyalty with words, to preside over ceremonies with grace. These were skills as vital to a ruler as any stratagem learned in the council chamber. Nor was her education confined to the classroom. Eleanor was taught to ride from an early age, and not timidly, as many noble girls were taught. She rode confidently astride palfreys, and when necessary, war horses. She joined her father and his retinue in the hunt, that quintessential noble pursuit where falcons were loosed into the sky and bows twanged in pursuit of deer. The hunt was more than a pastime. It was training, a means of learning discipline, patience, and mastery over both body and environment. It was also a theater of nobility, where Eleanor observed firsthand the rituals that bound lords and vassals together. And Eleanor's education went still deeper, into the very heart of governance. She watched her father receive vassals in solemn halls, their oaths of loyalty echoing against the stone walls. She saw disputes settled not merely with swords, but with words, for diplomacy was often more effective than bloodshed. She listened as her father negotiated with bishops, with counts, with emissaries from distant courts. She learned how wealth was accounted, how lands were granted, how allegiances were secured. This was no idle observation. It was training, deliberate and constant. Every gesture her father made, every judgment he passed, became part of Eleanor's unspoken lessons in lordship. In this way, her mind was sharpened not only by books, but by immersion in the machinery of power itself. But perhaps most importantly, Eleanor grew up in a court where culture and authority walked hand in hand. In Aquitaine, the voices of troubadours filled the air with songs of love and chivalry. Their verses elevated women as muses, as arbiters of refinement, as figures who shaped the ideals of knights and poets alike. Eleanor did not simply hear these songs. She absorbed them, and through them, she absorbed the sense that women, too, had power. Subtle, indirect, but deeply real. It was a message that would resonate throughout her life, even when she faced the chains of imprisonment or the weight of scandal. Thus, Eleanor's childhood was not a sheltered idyll, nor a tale of mere innocence. It was a crucible. She learned that nobility demanded more than fine gowns and pleasant manners. It demanded vigilance, intellect, courage, and above all, resilience. She was shaped by her father's sternness, her mother's refinement, her tutor's wisdom, and her own sharp eyes as she watched the world of Aquitaine turn around her. By the time she was a young woman, Eleanor was more than a daughter of privilege. She was a ruler in the making. Her hands had not yet grasped a scepter, but already she understood its weight. To understand Eleanor of Aquitaine, we cannot look only within the vineyards, castles, and troubadour courts of her homeland. We must widen the lens, reaching outward, across the patchwork of territories that formed France in the 12th century, a realm fractured, contested, and teeming with rival ambitions. France, in Eleanor's day, was not the unified kingdom we know today. The Capetian dynasty, rulers of France since the late 10th century, sat upon the throne in Paris. Yet their authority was more symbolic than absolute. The royal domain, the lands the king personally controlled, was shockingly small, little more than the Île-de-France, the fertile region surrounding Paris. Beyond these lands, his word carried little weight. The true power of France rested in the hands of his great vassals, the Duke of Normandy, who also ruled as King of England after William the Conqueror's invasion of 1066, the Counts of Anjou, whose restless ambition would one day fuel the rise of the Plantagenets, and of course, the Dukes of Aquitaine, Eleanor's family, whose lands stretched farther, whose coffers overflowed more richly than those of the king himself. In practice, the King of France was often weaker than the lords who owed him homage. His crown was a delicate diadem, glittering yet fragile, its luster dimmed by the power of those who could defy him at will. This tension between crown and vassals was not mere background. It was the very stage on which Eleanor's destiny would unfold. For when she became Duchess of Aquitaine, she would inherit not only vast wealth but a position in this delicate game of power, where kings and dukes circled each other like wary predators, testing strength, probing weakness, and always ready for war. But the world beyond Aquitaine was not defined by politics alone. It was a world bound together, and often torn apart, by the towering authority of the Church. In the 12th century, monasteries were more than cloisters of prayer. They were centers of power. Within their walls, monks copied manuscripts, preserved ancient learning, and produced the texts that guided the faith of Christendom. Their libraries shone with gilded pages even as their fields fed the poor. The Church shaped not only belief but also law and politics. Bishops held lands like princes. Abbots commanded loyalty from knights. The Pope in Rome stood above them all, wielding the power to bless or to curse, to sanctify kings with holy oil or to cast them into the shadows with the dread weapon of excommunication. To be excommunicated was more than a spiritual wound. It was political death, a rupture that could strip a ruler of legitimacy and invite rebellion. No king, no duke, no emperor could rule without at least the semblance of the Church's favor. In Eleanor's youth, one figure loomed especially large: Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery Cistercian abbot whose words could move armies. Bernard's sermons thundered against sin, but also rallied Europe to holy war. His voice would one day echo in Eleanor's own life, for it was Bernard who preached the Second Crusade, a call to arms that would carry her far from Aquitaine into the burning sands of the East. The Church also guided the rhythms of daily life. Peasants paused their labor for holy days. Pilgrims trudged along dusty roads toward shrines, their feet blistered, their hearts lifted by faith. Great routes crisscrossed Europe, from Canterbury to Santiago de Compostela, linking distant regions in a shared devotion. These pilgrimages were not merely acts of piety. They were arteries of culture and commerce, bringing together nobles and beggars, priests and knights, from all corners of Christendom. Even in Aquitaine, Eleanor would have seen pilgrims passing, their cloaks dusty, their scallop shells gleaming, living reminders that her world was part of something larger, something universal. Yet if faith bound Europe together, it also drew it outward, toward the distant horizon of the Holy Land. The First Crusade, launched at the end of the 11th century, still lingered in the memory of Europe like a half-forgotten song. Tales of knights storming the walls of Jerusalem, of relics rediscovered, of kingdoms carved out of ancient soil, spread from hearth to hearth, carried by returning warriors and by minstrels eager to weave legends. By the time Eleanor was born, the Holy Land was already under threat. The fragile Crusader states clung to the coasts of the Levant, besieged by powerful Muslim leaders who sought to reclaim their lands. The papacy and the kings of Europe whispered of renewed crusades, of the need to take up the cross once more, to defend Christendom's honor. In Eleanor's lifetime, this call would become thunderous, and she herself would march at the head of armies, a queen among crusaders. For the young Eleanor, these stories must have filled her imagination. She grew up not in isolation, but in a Europe alive with rumor and wonder. She would have heard of kings marching eastward, of holy relics carried through battlefields, of knights returning scarred yet triumphant. The East shimmered in the medieval mind, at once terrifying and alluring, a land of danger and promise. And for Eleanor, this fascination would not remain the stuff of legend. It would become part of her life's journey. Thus, beyond the fertile fields of Aquitaine lay a world of struggle and ambition. A weak king in Paris hemmed in by overmighty vassals, a church that could exalt or destroy with a single word. Pilgrims walking roads that stretched to the ends of Europe, and the distant flame of crusade drawing the gaze of nobles and peasants alike toward Jerusalem. This was the world Eleanor inherited, a world unstable, contested, and yet bound together by threads of faith, ambition, and destiny. A world that would not simply shape her, but that she, in turn, would come to shape. To imagine Eleanor of Aquitaine's childhood is to enter a world at once gilded and uncertain. A world where privilege and peril lived side by side, and where the echoes of laughter in grand halls were never far from the whispers of war. She was born into one of the most powerful ducal families in all of Europe, the proud House of Poitiers, rulers of Aquitaine. Her father, William X, was a man of formidable authority, his domains stretching across fertile lands, bustling ports, and fortified towns. Within the ducal palaces, Eleanor's earliest memories would have been shaped by the comforts of nobility. Richly woven tapestries upon cold stone walls, the smell of roasted meats drifting from the kitchens, the sound of minstrels striking lutes as courtiers gathered for feasts. And yet, though her childhood was bathed in privilege, it was shadowed by the harsh realities of the medieval world. Disease stalked even the wealthy, its reach unbent by riches. Famine struck without warning, brought on by poor harvests or sudden storms, reducing even noble tables to scarcity. Beyond the safety of Aquitaine's keeps lay a landscape marked by strife, rebellious vassals testing their duke's resolve, rival lords waiting for moments of weakness, and the ever-present threat of neighboring powers seeking advantage. From her earliest years, Eleanor must have learned a difficult truth. Power was fragile. Thrones and titles did not guarantee safety. The higher one rose, the steeper the fall when fortune turned. Even within her father's court, she would have overheard hushed conversations about alliances broken, about raids along borders, about battles lost and won. She would have seen how men who once pledged loyalty could just as easily turn to treachery. These shadows of uncertainty crept into her childhood, tempering her innocence with a dawning awareness of how perilous leadership could be. Yet Eleanor's world was not only shadow, it was also a place of light, a culture unlike any other in medieval Europe, steeped in poetry, music, and refinement. Aquitaine, her homeland, was famous for its troubadours, poet-singers who roamed from court to court, weaving tales of love, loyalty, and honor. They carried lutes and harps, their voices lifting songs that transformed stone halls into places of wonder. These were not simple tunes. They were verses that elevated women to the center of knightly devotion. In the poetry of Aquitaine, women were not silent shadows, but the inspiration for courage, the arbiters of love, the muses who could transform warriors into gentlemen. For Eleanor, growing up in this atmosphere was nothing less than revolutionary. While in many parts of Europe women were expected to remain voiceless, hidden behind walls or cloisters, here they were celebrated as symbols of beauty, wisdom, and even authority. Imagine the young Eleanor, sitting beneath the vaulted beams of her father's hall, listening as a troubadour sang of a lady so noble that knights rode into battle for her smile, so wise that princes sought her counsel. For a girl destined to inherit a duchy, these songs were not just entertainment. They were lessons, whispering that she too could command devotion, that her voice mattered, that her presence had power. But if Aquitaine's troubadour culture gave Eleanor a sense of possibility, her father gave her the reality of responsibility. William X knew his daughter would one day inherit more than lands. She would inherit enemies, obligations, and the heavy weight of rule. From an early age, she was educated not only in the refinement of courtly manners, but also in the practicalities of governance. She was likely trained to read and write Latin, the language of administration and the church, and she would have been familiar with the art of managing estates, hearing disputes, and balancing the competing interests of vassals. Unlike many girls of her generation, who were groomed only for marriage, Eleanor was raised to think as a ruler. Her father prepared her not merely to be someone's wife, but to be a duchess in her own right. In this, Eleanor's childhood stood apart, a rare blend of romance and realism, of song and shadow. Still, the world pressed in. Beyond the gilded courts of Aquitaine, kingdoms clashed, crusades loomed, and the church's power shaped the destiny of every noble house. Eleanor's early life was filled with contradictions. Feasts accompanied by famine, music echoing against the backdrop of whispered war, warmth inside the castle walls, and the cold uncertainty of what lay beyond them. It was within this mixture of privilege and peril, of beauty and fragility, that Eleanor's character was forged. She learned early to cherish art and intellect, but also to respect the instability of fortune. She saw that the crown upon a ruler's head was as vulnerable as the thread that held it there. And perhaps most importantly, she understood that in a world where women were often silenced, she would not be silent. From the very beginning, Eleanor of Aquitaine's childhood was a paradox, a life of song and shadows, where music and poetry promised the possibility of greatness, and the shadows of disease, famine, and betrayal reminded her that nothing was certain. Out of this paradox would rise not a passive lady, but a woman who would wield her voice, her intellect, and her authority to shape the course of nations. In the spring of 1137, when Eleanor was only 15 years old, her world changed with a swiftness that left no time for mourning, no space for innocence. Her father, Duke William X of Aquitaine, had long been both protector and teacher, guiding his daughter not only as a father, but as a ruler preparing his heir. But fate and faith intervened. William had resolved to take the road of pilgrimage, a journey to the holy shrine of Santiago de Compostela in northern Spain. This was no simple act of devotion. In the 12th century, pilgrimage was as much a demonstration of power and piety as it was a spiritual quest. To walk the Camino, the way of St. James, was to align oneself with the great currents of Christendom. Lords, knights, and commoners alike trudged the roads that wound through forests, valleys, and mountain passes, their steps echoing prayers, their presence weaving Europe into a web of faith. For William, the pilgrimage was both personal and political. As Duke of Aquitaine, he bore responsibility for the spiritual health of his realm, and by making this journey, he strengthened the bond between his duchy and the wider Christian world. To his subjects, it was a sign of humility, an image of a ruler who bowed not only to power, but to God. To his enemies, it was proof that the Duke's house was secure enough to allow his absence, or so he must have hoped. But on the road to Compostela, fate betrayed him. Illness struck, sudden and merciless. We do not know its exact form, whether fever, plague, or the wasting sickness so common to medieval life, but we know its result. Far from his home, far from his family, William X of Aquitaine died. His body would not see Poitiers again. For Eleanor, the news must have fallen like a thunderclap. In one moment, she was a girl still under her father's shadow. In the next, she was the most powerful heiress in all of Europe, Duchess of Aquitaine in her own right. It was a breathtaking inheritance. Aquitaine was no minor prize. Its lands stretched from the Loire Valley to the Pyrenees, encompassing some of the richest soils, most prosperous towns, and most cultured courts in France. Its revenues dwarfed those of the Capetian kings, who nominally ruled the kingdom. In her hands lay not only wealth, but the cultural heart of southern France, a land of troubadours, castles, vineyards, and ports that opened to the Atlantic. And yet, this glittering inheritance was as dangerous as it was glorious. A 15-year-old girl ruling such a realm was a beacon for ambition. Powerful nobles circled like wolves, each imagining that through marriage, or even abduction, they could seize Aquitaine and make its wealth their own. Medieval history is rife with tales of heiresses forced into unions not of their choosing, their lands consumed by men stronger or more ruthless. Eleanor knew, or quickly learned, that she stood at the center of a storm. Her father, however, had foreseen this danger. William was no fool. Before setting out on his pilgrimage, he entrusted Eleanor and her younger sister Petronilla to the protection of King Louis VI of France, known to history as Louis the Fat. The king, though heavy in body, was sharp in mind, a ruler who understood both the weakness and the potential of his throne. For Louis VI, Eleanor's inheritance was a prize too immense to let slip into hostile hands. At once the king acted. He arranged for Eleanor to be married, not to some distant baron, not to a foreign prince, but to his own son and heir, Prince Louis. The logic was simple, and it was brilliant. By uniting Aquitaine with the French royal family, the Capetian dynasty would secure a treasure beyond compare. The young prince, destined to be Louis VII, would not only inherit the crown of France, but also gain dominion over Eleanor's vast duchy. And so, within the same year, Eleanor lost her father and gained a crown. Her grief was swallowed by politics. Her mourning gave way to duty. At just 15, she was carried northward from the warm, cultured courts of Aquitaine to the austere, stone-bound world of Paris. The contrast could not have been sharper. Aquitaine had been a land of sunlight and song, where poetry filled the halls, where color and music softened the edges of power. Paris, by comparison, was cold, gray, and austere. The court of the French kings valued solemnity over splendor, restraint over expression. To Eleanor, raised amidst troubadours and the celebration of women as muses and arbiters, the northern court must have seemed barren, even joyless. And yet, it was here that her destiny deepened. As Duchess of Aquitaine, she had been powerful. As Queen of France, she was now at the very heart of European politics. Two crowns, the ducal coronet and the royal diadem, rested upon her young head, and with them came both opportunity and peril. Thus began the first great transformation of Eleanor's life. From a grieving daughter, she became a duchess. From duchess, she became a queen. The road ahead would carry her into crusades, into conflict with kings, and into a legacy that would endure for centuries. But all of it, the glory, the scandal, the triumph, and the sorrow, began with that sudden loss on a pilgrimage road, and with the destiny that fell into her hands when she was barely more than a child. The year is 1137, and the Duchy of Aquitaine, one of the largest and richest principalities in all of medieval Europe, suddenly finds itself without a duke. William X of Aquitaine, bold and ambitious, has died on pilgrimage to Compostela. His body, covered with the dust of the road, never returns home. The news spreads with shocking speed across the duchy, and in its wake, a question of terrifying weight arises. Who will hold Aquitaine now? For the answer is not obvious. No seasoned warrior stands ready to take his place. No son has been left to command the loyalty of lords and knights. Instead, destiny rests upon the shoulders of a girl barely 15 years of age. Her name, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Born into a land of troubadours and castles, Eleanor had been raised in a court where poetry, music, and refined manners thrived alongside the brutal realities of feudal power. But childhood had ended suddenly. With her father's death, she inherited not only his lands, but also the staggering responsibility of rule. Aquitaine stretched from the Loire to the Pyrenees, from the Atlantic coast to the rich valleys of the Dordogne, a territory larger than the domains of the King of France himself. And this vast domain, filled with proud barons and restless vassals, was now under the guardianship of a teenage girl. The nobles of Aquitaine looked upon their new duchess with mixed eyes. Some saw opportunity, a chance to influence or perhaps control her through marriage. Others, more wary, wondered if a woman could truly lead them through the turbulent feuds and ambitions that defined their age. But Eleanor was no ordinary girl. From the earliest years, her father had treated her not as a delicate ornament, but as a participant in the affairs of the duchy. She had ridden horses through Aquitaine's forests, sat at her father's side during councils, and learned the rhythms of power. Now, as Duke William's heir, she was prepared, not fully perhaps, but enough to understand that hesitation could cost her everything. Yet Eleanor's position was perilous. Wealth invites envy, and Aquitaine was a jewel that many sought to claim. Rival lords began to whisper. Could the duchy be seized? Could Eleanor be forced into a marriage that would strip her of independence and turn her into a pawn in someone else's game? Even more alarming, might outside powers march into Aquitaine under the guise of protection? William X, foresighted even in death, had prepared for this. Before his final journey to Compostela, he had entrusted his daughter's protection to the most powerful monarch in France, Louis VI, King of the Franks. This was no casual arrangement. By placing Eleanor under the king's wardship, William ensured that no rival baron would dare move against her without also challenging the Capuchin crown. It was a shield and a chain. Louis VI, known as Louis the Fat, was nearing the end of his reign, a ruler marked by both illness and shrewd calculation. The moment the news reached him that Eleanor was now Duchess, he understood the stakes. Here was a young woman who commanded half of France's richest lands. Whoever married her would not simply become a husband. He would gain dominion over Aquitaine's immense resources. If she were wed to a rival dynasty, the Capuchins themselves would be overshadowed, perhaps even destroyed. And so the king acted swiftly. Eleanor, he decided, must be bound to the Capuchin line itself. The solution was both obvious and daring. She would marry his son, Prince Louis. Prince Louis was scarcely older than Eleanor, raised not for kingship, but for the church. His early education had been steeped in piety and study, designed for a bishop's mitre, not a crown. Yet fate had intervened when his elder brother died, thrusting him into the role of heir apparent. He was earnest, devout, and untested in the arts of war or politics, the very opposite of Eleanor, whose upbringing had been steeped in Aquitaine's worldly splendor. When the betrothal was arranged, the union was more than personal. It was political destiny. By tying Aquitaine to the Capetians, the king sought to bind the richest duchy in France to his dynasty, ensuring that the throne of Paris would be shielded from the ambitions of Aquitaine's restless lords. The announcement of the betrothal reverberated through Europe. Some saw it as a brilliant coup for the Capetians. Others whispered of the danger of giving so much land and power into the hands of one marriage. Yet for Eleanor herself, the decision was not hers to make. She was swept into the designs of kings, the ambitions of her father's legacy, and the ruthless demands of survival. Still, observers noted her composure. In a world where women were expected to be silent and submissive, Eleanor already displayed a sharp wit, a commanding presence, and a confidence that made her stand out. She carried herself as one who knew she was destined not merely to endure history, but to shape it. And so, in 1137, the girl who had grown up listening to the songs of troubadours and walking the shaded halls of Aquitaine's castles became the sudden duchess. From orphan to heiress, from maiden to dynastic bride, her journey had begun. Ahead lay the crown of France, a troubled marriage, crusades, and a destiny that would span kingdoms. For Eleanor of Aquitaine, the stage was set, and the world was about to learn her name. The year was 1137, and all of Europe was watching. Word had spread from Poitiers to Paris, from Aquitaine's rolling vineyards to the halls of the Capetian court. The heiress of Aquitaine, one of the greatest inheritances in all of Christendom, was to be wed. The bride was Eleanor of Aquitaine, the newly crowned duchess who had inherited her father's vast lands at only 15. The groom was Prince Louis, heir to the throne of France, a young man scarcely older than she, molded by tutors for a life in the church until fate had thrust him into the role of future king. Their union was no love match, no tale of youthful romance. It was a matter of politics, of power, survival, and ambition. The city of Poitiers had never seen such a gathering. On that summer day in July 1137, the narrow medieval streets swelled with the press of nobles, knights, clerics, and townsfolk. From the highest towers to the lowest taverns, the air pulsed with the excitement of spectacle. For all knew they were about to witness not merely a marriage, but the fusion of dynasties that could alter the balance of power in France. Church bells rang ceaselessly, their peals rolling across the rooftops and echoing into the fertile valleys beyond. The banners of Aquitaine, deep reds and golds emblazoned with the lions of her house, hung from balconies and windows. Merchants laid rushes and herbs along the streets to perfume the way, while villagers and pilgrims pressed shoulder to shoulder just for a glimpse of the girl who had become their duchess and was now to be their queen. Inside the great cathedral of Saint-Pierre, preparations reached their height. Tall beeswax candles burned with steady flames, their glow reflecting off polished chalices and gilded reliquaries. The floor, laid with fresh rushes, crackled softly beneath the feet of attendants. Monks moved silently, arranging the sacred books, lighting incense that curled upward in fragrant clouds, filling the vaulted space with an atmosphere both solemn and otherworldly. Then came the moment all had awaited. Eleanor of Aquitaine entered the cathedral. The hush that fell was near total, broken only by the faint rustle of fabric and the creak of the great wooden doors. She was radiant, not merely in the splendor of her attire, but in the bearing of one who knew the eyes of Christendom were upon her. Her gown shimmered with the dyes of the south, deep crimson and azure, embroidered with golden thread, that caught the torchlight like fire. Her crown, a delicate circlet set with stones, reflected her youth as much as her sovereignty. At her side, attendants carried the long train of her dress, while behind her walked Petronilla, her younger sister, dressed in simpler but still noble attire. The contrast between the two sisters was telling. One already the Duchess and future Queen, the other still sheltered, but destined to play her own part in the unfolding saga of Eleanor's life. Opposite Eleanor stood Prince Louis, heir to the Capetian throne. Clad in the traditional garb of his line, his robes were somber, his gestures marked by reverence. His face betrayed the tension of a young man raised in cloisters and libraries, now thrust into the roaring heart of dynastic politics. To many watching, he seemed pious to a fault, his youth carrying an aura of inexperience beside Eleanor's commanding poise. The bishop raised his hands, intoning the Latin rites of matrimony. The voices of choirs swelled, echoing through the cavernous cathedral, their notes rising heavenward with the smoke of incense. The people of Aquitaine watched with rapt attention. For them, this union was not simply a matter of faith or ceremony, it was their future. Their duchess, their protector, was binding her destiny to a foreign prince. Would this strengthen their autonomy, or chain them more tightly to Paris? As Eleanor and Louis joined hands before the altar, the symbolism could not be missed. Her slender, jeweled fingers closed around his, the moment frozen in the minds of all who watched. Some saw hope, a union that would stabilize France, protect Aquitaine, and secure prosperity. Others saw danger, too much land, too much power, concentrated in too young a couple. When the vows were spoken, they rang with both innocence and gravity. Eleanor, clear-voiced and resolute, pledged her loyalty in words that carried to the farthest edges of the cathedral. Louis, solemn and deliberate, repeated his part, though his voice quavered with emotion. At that moment, two young souls became man and wife. Yet beyond them, far greater powers were joined. Aquitaine, the jewel of the south, and Capetian France, the rising force of the north, were bound together by a contract sealed in holy vows. The ceremony was sacred, yes, but every noble in attendance knew the deeper truth. This was less a sacrament than a political compact, a pact of survival and ambition. The choirs broke into jubilant song as the couple turned to face the congregation. The cathedral erupted in thunderous applause and the clang of swords striking shields. Outside, trumpets sounded, and the crowd roared as word spread. Eleanor of Aquitaine was now the bride of the Capetian heir. As the procession left the cathedral, sun spilled through the doors, gilding Eleanor's figure in light. She did not look back at the cathedral or at her homeland. Ahead lay Paris, the French throne, and a destiny far greater and far more perilous than anyone in Poitiers that day could have imagined. From the very first day of her arrival at the French court, it was painfully clear to Eleanor of Aquitaine that this marriage was not simply a union of two young people. It was a collision of entire worlds. Aquitaine, her homeland, was a land of light, music, and color. Its hills and rivers shimmered in the golden southern sun, and its courts were vibrant theaters of artistry and intellect. There, troubadours wandered through castles, singing songs of love, valor, and honor, their verses weaving through stone halls filled with laughter, conversation, and debate. Women of rank in Eleanor's court were not mere ornaments. They were patrons, poets, and occasionally political actors. They dined with dignity, exchanged wit with their husbands and brothers, and were celebrated for their intelligence as much as their beauty. Aquitaine's nobility embraced both ceremony and creativity, blending refinement with the practical demands of rule. Here, culture was not an afterthought. It was the lifeblood of power. Paris, in contrast, was a stark and unforgiving environment. Its gray stone walls, rising cold and austere along the Seine, mirrored the severity of its northern climate. The French court had been shaped by centuries of rigid hierarchy and religious devotion. Nobles moved quietly through echoing halls. Every gesture was measured, every word carefully chosen. Frivolity was frowned upon, laughter restrained, and art often secondary to duty. Candlelight flickered over sacred icons, and the church's shadow loomed over every action, reminding all that spiritual devotion took precedence over worldly brilliance. In Paris, a queen was expected to be docile, obedient, and contained, a symbol of piety rather than personality. For Eleanor, the transition was nothing short of shocking. She had been raised in a world that celebrated vivid self-expression, where intellect and charm were weapons as potent as sword or lance. In Paris, the same qualities that had won her admiration in Aquitaine now drew suspicion. Her elegance, her wit, her laughter, once applauded, were seen as signs of audacity, even danger. Some courtiers whispered that she might be too worldly, too clever, too bold for a woman who was supposed to be the king's obedient consort. But Eleanor of Aquitaine had never been one to shrink from challenge. If anything, the starkness of Paris emboldened her. She carried herself with regal authority, moving through the stone halls with a poise that demanded attention. She spoke her mind with clarity, her words weaving through the silent northern court like music, unsettling some and inspiring others. She laughed openly in places where silence was expected, and she introduced the rich, luminous culture of Aquitaine into a realm unaccustomed to such freedom. Eleanor did more than just survive the transition. She reshaped it. She brought southern artistry and refinement to the northern court. Minstrels, poets, and musicians traveled with her from Aquitaine, filling the gray halls of Paris with melodies and stories that were at once alien and intoxicating. Courtly manners shifted subtly under her influence. Noble women began to speak more boldly, and men learned that wit and charm were as effective as command. And yet, tension lingered. For every noble who welcomed her vibrancy, there was another who feared it. They saw a young queen not merely as a partner to the king, but as a force that could disrupt tradition, challenge authority, and even overshadow Louis VII himself. Rumors whispered through candlelit corridors. She was too intelligent, too commanding, too free. Some questioned her loyalty, her intentions, even her virtue. It was a delicate dance. Eleanor had to navigate not only her new husband's expectations, a man pious, reserved, and deeply devoted to duty, but also the scrutiny of an entire court that measured a queen by the silence she could maintain, the obedience she could display, and the humility she could feign. Yet she refused to compromise her spirit. In every gesture, every conversation, and every act of patronage, she asserted the presence of Aquitaine in the heart of France, reminding all that brilliance, courage, and intellect were not threats, but the essence of true queenship. By the end of her first weeks at the Parisian court, it was clear to everyone. Eleanor of Aquitaine had arrived, and though her southern light might illuminate the northern halls, it also cast long shadows of fear and fascination. She was both a promise and a challenge, a queen whose influence would stretch far beyond the boundaries of ceremony or expectation. The clash of cultures was only beginning, and history would watch as this young woman reshaped the court, the crown, and eventually all of France. When Eleanor of Aquitaine first arrived at the Capetian court in Paris, she was immediately confronted with a world that was as alien as it was imposing. The gray stone walls of the palace, the echoing corridors, and the austere northern climate stood in sharp contrast to the sunlit castles and vibrant gardens of her native Aquitaine. Every detail, from the hushed steps of the courtiers to the solemnity of the chapel bells, communicated a single truth. This was a realm governed by tradition, piety, and hierarchy. And here, the behaviors that had once charmed her southern subjects could provoke suspicion. Standing beside her husband, Louis VII, Eleanor observed the court with sharp, discerning eyes. Louis was a young man of earnest devotion, raised in the shadow of monks and clerics, schooled in prayer and ritual rather than the subtle games of diplomacy and power. His gaze, often fixed on texts or icons, revealed a mind consumed with moral rectitude and spiritual reflection. He longed to be a good husband, a devoted king, and a righteous man, yet his understanding of leadership was constrained by caution. The boldness and worldly sophistication that Eleanor had inherited from her southern upbringing were entirely unfamiliar to him. He admired her beauty and intelligence, yet her confidence unsettled him. Here was a woman whose presence demanded attention, whose insight challenged the slow deliberations of his court, and whose very independence called into question the conventions he had been raised to uphold. The reaction of the courtiers was equally complex. The older nobles, guardians of northern tradition, muttered behind their hands. They found Eleanor's comportment audacious, her posture regal, her head held high, her speech confident and articulate. She wore gowns of exquisite fabric, decorated with embroidery and jewels that shone even in the dim candlelight of the northern halls. In the eyes of these conservative courtiers, such displays were not only unseemly, but dangerous. A queen was supposed to be submissive, silent, and decorous. Eleanor's refusal to fit that mold was interpreted as pride, even arrogance. Yet alongside this skepticism was fascination. Among the younger nobles and knights, Eleanor's presence was magnetic. Her laughter carried through the stone corridors like sunlight spilling into shadowed spaces, and her sharp wit quickly drew admiration. Those who were accustomed to the rigidity of the northern court found themselves captivated by her vivacity, intelligence, and charm. In her, they saw not just a queen, but a figure of inspiration, someone who could elevate the court beyond monotony, someone whose presence promised color, life, and the thrill of sophistication they had never known. Eleanor's interactions with Louis further highlighted the contrasts. During council meetings, she was insightful and assertive, offering strategic counsel and observations about diplomacy and warfare that startled the older advisors. Louis, deferential by nature, sometimes hesitated to counter her suggestions. Yet at times, he found himself constrained by his own principles, reluctant to act with the decisiveness Eleanor demanded. Their exchanges were a delicate dance, a negotiation of authority, respect, and influence. Though Louis sought her opinion and appreciated her intellect, he could not reconcile his devotion to tradition and his cautious temperament with her boldness and independence. Even in ceremonial moments, Eleanor's individuality shone. She would enter halls with an elegance that drew every eye, yet she did not bow or shrink in submission. Her gestures were measured, deliberate, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. She engaged in conversation with nobles across rank, addressing the learned, the ambitious, and even the men-at-arms with equal clarity and confidence. Through these interactions, she subtly reshaped expectations of queenship. She demonstrated that a queen could be intelligent, assertive, and influential without undermining the king's authority. And yet, not all responded positively. Whispers followed her through corridors. Some questioned whether a woman so commanding could be loyal, or whether her southern upbringing had instilled in her values too foreign for the northern court. Others speculated whether her influence over Louis might disrupt tradition or courtly order. Eleanor was aware of these murmurs, but she did not retreat. Instead, she embraced the tension, understanding that her power lay as much in perception as in action. From the very first weeks, it was evident that Eleanor's queenship would be defined by a paradox. She was simultaneously admired and resented, beloved and distrusted, celebrated and feared. She had brought the wealth and culture of Aquitaine into the Capetian orbit, yet she refused to abandon her identity at the gates of Paris. Where some queens might have adapted quietly to northern conventions, Eleanor asserted her presence boldly, ensuring that her influence would be felt not only in ceremonial appearances, but in the political and cultural life of the kingdom. Her first impressions at court set the tone for her entire reign as Queen of France, a reign marked by conflict, fascination, and transformation, a constant negotiation between tradition and innovation, submission and sovereignty, admiration and envy. From that moment, Eleanor of Aquitaine made it unmistakably clear that she would not simply occupy a throne. She would command it, redefine it, and leave an indelible mark on history. The marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine to Louis, the young heir of France, was no ordinary alliance. It was an event that resounded far beyond the vaulted ceilings of the cathedral in Poitiers, echoing through the castles, courts, and cloisters of Europe. With the solemn chants of monks and the thunder of bells, the union was celebrated as a triumph, a victory of diplomacy, of dynastic calculation, of two realms bound together beneath the blessing of God. Yet beneath the splendor and ceremony, this was no fairy tale romance. It was the forging of a bond heavy with expectation, a union that would test not only the endurance of two young people, but the very structures of medieval power itself. Eleanor entered this marriage as more than a bride. She came as the Duchess of Aquitaine, heiress to one of the most powerful and cultured regions of Europe. Her lands were vast, stretching from the rolling hills of Gascony to the glittering rivers of Poitou, a territory richer and more expansive than the holdings of the Capetian crown itself. By bringing Aquitaine into the marriage, Eleanor did not merely expand Louis's dominions. She elevated him, transforming the French monarchy from a modest northern power into a force of continental consequence. This was the true weight of the wedding, not the joining of two hearts, but the uniting of two worlds. Yet if the South offered wealth, brilliance, and culture, the North demanded austerity, discipline, and submission. The marriage was celebrated with song and procession, but to Eleanor, the ceremony also marked the closing of a door. With each chant that echoed through the cathedral, she stepped further away from the freedom of her youth, the lively courts of troubadours and poets, and the independence that had defined her duchessship. Now she was a queen, and queens in France were not expected to shine, but to endure. From the very first, Eleanor's vivacity clashed with the expectations of her new role. She was bold, articulate, and unafraid to command attention. Yet the Capetian court expected silence, humility, and obedience. A queen was to be seen at her husband's side, her presence dignified yet subdued, her influence exercised in whispers rather than in words. For Eleanor, whose very spirit was bound to the rhythms of song, wit, and debate, this new role was not a crown, but a cage. And yet, the paradox of her marriage was unmistakable. In Louis, she found not a tyrant, but a man whose piety and caution often restrained him, whose devotion to God was as unyielding as stone, and whose leadership was shaped more by prayer than by political instinct. He was gentle, yes, but unprepared for the sharp edges of rule. In some ways, his weakness offered Eleanor opportunities, chances to assert her voice, to guide, to influence, but in others, it was a prison all its own. His ideals were lofty, but his inexperience blinded him to the practical needs of governance. He sought a wife who would complement his holiness, but instead he received a partner whose brilliance would challenge him, often painfully. Thus, their marriage became not simply a partnership, but a battleground. A battleground of South versus North, freedom versus restraint, culture versus piety, song versus silence. Eleanor represented a vision of queenship that was dynamic, worldly, and assertive. Louis embodied one that was passive, devout, and cautious. Together, they embodied the tensions of medieval Europe itself, a continent divided between old traditions and new ambitions, between rigid devotion and vibrant humanism. The consequences of this union would be profound. From the moment their vows were spoken, Eleanor's life was forever bound to the fortunes of France. Her choices, her influence, her presence would shape not only the court, but the destiny of kingdoms. Through her, Aquitaine and France were joined, yet never fully reconciled. Through her, the glittering brilliance of the South clashed with the gray solemnity of the North, creating sparks that would one day ignite across Europe. For Eleanor herself, the marriage marked the beginning of a lifelong struggle, the struggle to remain true to her spirit in a world determined to silence her. Her journey as Queen of France would be one of frustration and confrontation, of triumphs and humiliations, of power gained and power denied. But above all, it would be the beginning of a story that would not end in Paris, but would stretch into England, into the heart of Christendom, and into the legends of history itself. In that moment, as the cathedral bells pealed and the crowd rejoiced, few could have guessed the weight of consequence carried by this union. It was more than a wedding. It was the shaping of destinies. It was the first act in a drama that would outlive kings, outlast dynasties, and cement Eleanor of Aquitaine as one of the most extraordinary figures of the Middle Ages. The year was 1137. The bells of Paris tolled with somber weight as France mourned the death of King Louis VI, known to history as Louis the Fat. His reign had been marked by ceaseless struggles against rebellious vassals, the strengthening of royal power, and the constant tension between crown and nobility. But now, the old king lay in his tomb, and the crown of France, still fragile in its authority, passed to his second son, a young man barely prepared for the enormity of kingship. That young man was Louis VII. Pious, earnest, and deeply religious, Louis had been raised for the cloister, not the throne. In his youth, he had been destined for a life within the church. His education was steeped in theology, his worldview shaped by monks and abbots rather than warriors and kings. Yet the unexpected death of his elder brother Philip, years earlier, had thrust him into the role of heir. Now, with his father's passing, Louis stepped onto a stage for which he was never meant, crowned King of France at just 17. And beside him, as the crown was placed upon his head, stood Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was not yet 16, still so young, yet already Duchess of one of the wealthiest and most sophisticated regions in Europe, and now elevated to the throne of France itself. From her shoulders hung the mantle of Aquitaine, its poets, its courts, its dazzling wealth. In her hands lay influence that could rival any noble in the realm. The coronation was a spectacle of sacred ritual and political necessity. Inside the great cathedral at Reims, the archbishop anointed Louis with holy oil, the chrism that bound him not merely to rule but to God himself. The air was thick with incense, the glow of candles reflecting off polished reliquaries and jeweled crowns. Choirs sang solemn chants as noble lords and bishops looked on, weighing the future of France in the faces of this young king and his radiant bride. Eleanor's presence at this coronation was not simply ornamental. She was no silent consort. As the new queen, she embodied the unity of North and South, the expansion of Capetian influence, and the hope of a stronger monarchy. Her youth belied her significance. In Eleanor's veins flowed the legacy of Aquitaine, a duchy more cultured, more independent, and more prosperous than much of the Capetian realm. By marrying her, Louis did not merely gain a wife, he acquired half a kingdom. Yet the French court, steeped in suspicion and conservatism, looked upon Eleanor with unease. She was bold, outspoken, unafraid to assert her presence in a world that preferred its queens silent and demure. Her manners, infused with the vibrancy of the troubadour courts, seemed dangerously free-spirited to northern sensibilities. Whispers began even in these early days. Was this young queen too headstrong, too independent, too Aquitanian for the sober dignity of France? Still, in the beginning, Eleanor's influence on Louis was profound. The young king was inexperienced, uncertain, and often paralyzed by the weight of his responsibilities. Eleanor, in contrast, was self-assured, confident in her role, and accustomed to the exercise of power as duchess in her own right. In councils, she spoke with clarity and conviction. At court, she brought elegance, refinement, and a cultural richness previously unknown to the North. To Louis, she was both guide and partner, helping him navigate the treacherous waters of kingship. But influence is a double-edged sword. While some admired Eleanor's strength, others resented it. Courtiers and bishops muttered that the queen wielded too much sway over her husband, that her counsel was dangerously bold, even reckless. To them, she was a southern flame flickering too brightly in the austere halls of Paris, a disruptive presence who challenged the very expectations of medieval queenship. And so, even as the oil of anointment dried upon Louis's brow, tension was already forming beneath the gilded surface of their reign. Eleanor was Queen of France, but she was also a woman in a world that feared powerful women. Her voice was strong, but every word she spoke invited scrutiny. Her youth was vibrant, but it made her vulnerable to criticism from those who sought to control her. The coronation of Eleanor of Aquitaine as Queen of France was not simply a ceremonial moment. It was the beginning of a conflict that would define her life. The struggle between her spirit and the expectations of her role, between her vision of queenship and the suffocating limits of medieval tradition. She was crowned with splendor, but she would rule in shadows of suspicion, whispers, and envy. For now, though, the people of France rejoiced. The bells rang, the banners flew, and the realm welcomed its young king and queen. In that moment of triumph, no one could foresee the storms that lay ahead, the clash of personalities, the struggles of power, and the choices that would one day shatter their union and alter the course of European history. The crown was heavy, the throne was fragile, and Eleanor, at just 15, was stepping into a role that would both exalt and imprison her. It was the winter of 1142 when the French kingdom was plunged into one of the darkest episodes of its age. A conflict born of political ambition, royal miscalculation, and personal vendettas would erupt into an event so horrific that it scarred the conscience of Christendom. Its flames rose over the town of Vitry-sur-Marne, and within those flames, thousands perished, their deaths seared into memory as both tragedy and warning. At the heart of this disaster lay the uneasy marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine and King Louis VII. Eleanor, proud and commanding, had brought Aquitaine, vast, wealthy, and fiercely independent, into the French crown. Louis, by contrast, was pious to the point of severity, more monk than monarch, a man whose conscience was fragile and whose temper, once provoked, could burn like wildfire. Together, they embodied a dangerous mixture, her assertiveness clashing with his insecurity, her brilliance illuminating his indecision, her passions igniting his wrath. The immediate spark for the conflict was political. Theobald II, Count of Champagne, stood as one of France's great magnates, ambitious, defiant, and resistant to the growing authority of the crown. When Eleanor pressed her husband to favor her sister, Petronilla of Aquitaine, in marriage to the Count of Vermandois, a man already wed to Theobald's sister, outrage swept through the nobility. To Theobald, this was not only an insult to his family's honor, but also an attack on the balance of power in France. Louis, under Eleanor's influence and driven by his own desire to assert royal authority, chose confrontation. He mustered his forces and descended upon Champagne. The campaign that followed was brutal, but it was in the small town of Vitry-sur-Marne where the true horror unfolded. As Louis's army advanced, the townspeople of Vitry fled in desperation. Seeking refuge from the royal troops, hundreds, some say more than 1,000, crammed into the stone walls of the parish church. Mothers clutching infants, the elderly leaning on trembling canes, children pressed tightly to their fathers' sides. Within those sacred walls, they prayed for mercy, for deliverance, for safety in the house of God. But outside, chaos reigned. The clash between soldiers and defenders grew fierce. Fires were set, whether by accident or design remains debated, and soon the flames leapt hungrily toward the church. Smoke curled into the sky, the crackle of burning timbers mingling with the screams of the trapped. The wooden roof gave way, collapsing into the huddled mass of souls below. The doors, barricaded in panic, would not yield. Those who tried to escape were cut down. Those within were consumed by the inferno. In one single ghastly moment, the house of God became a furnace of death. Chroniclers later wrote that over 1,000 men, women, and children perished in the fire. Some claimed the stench of burning flesh lingered in the air for weeks. Others said the cries of the dying could be heard for miles. Whether the numbers were exaggerated or not, the horror was undeniable. Vitry had become a graveyard. For Louis, the tragedy was a wound to his soul. He had entered the campaign with righteous conviction, believing he acted as God's chosen king. But in Vitry, his cause was stained with blood and ash. The young monarch, once a man of piety, was haunted by what he had unleashed. Chroniclers tell of a king tormented by guilt, who saw in every prayer and every mass a reminder of the innocents who had perished at his command. For Eleanor, the consequences were equally bitter. Many whispered that it was her influence that had driven Louis to war, her willfulness that had provoked the crisis with Theobald of Champagne. She, too, carried the stain of Vitry, though she did not feel its weight as remorse, but as frustration. To her, the disaster was not a divine judgment, but a political misstep, a failure of strategy that weakened France's position and tarnished its crown. Where Louis brooded in guilt, Eleanor simmered in anger, at him, at the church, at the constraints placed upon her will. The tragedy of Vitry was more than a personal catastrophe. It was a moral disaster that echoed through Europe. The clergy denounced the slaughter, lamenting the desecration of a holy place and the slaughter of innocents within its walls. To many, it seemed as though France had sinned grievously against God himself, and in the years that followed, this guilt would push Louis to seek penance on an even greater stage, the Second Crusade. But in the moment, Vitry cast a shadow across the royal marriage. Louis and Eleanor stood together, but in truth they were further apart than ever. His penitence clashed with her pragmatism, his haunted conscience with her burning ambition. Vitry revealed not only the dangers of political miscalculation, but the fault lines of a union that was beginning to fracture. The flames that consumed the church at Vitry did more than kill the innocent. They consumed the innocence of a king, the reputation of a queen, and the fragile moral authority of the French crown. And though centuries would pass, the smoke of Vitry lingered, a dark stain upon the reign of Louis VII and the legacy of Eleanor of Aquitaine. It was the winter of 1144 when a shudder passed through Christendom. Word spread like wildfire, whispered in monasteries, shouted in marketplaces, proclaimed in hushed tones before altars. Edessa had fallen. Edessa, one of the 4 great Crusader states established during the First Crusade, was more than a fortress. It was a symbol. It had been the first of the Christian conquests in the East, a bastion of faith carved from Muslim-held lands. Its fall shook the entire Western world, for if Edessa could crumble, what hope remained for Antioch, for Jerusalem itself? Messengers carried the news across the Alps and into France, where it reached the ears of Pope Eugenius III. Alarmed and determined, the pontiff issued a resounding call to arms. Christendom must rally once more. A second crusade was proclaimed. The Holy Lands, purchased in blood by the knights of the First Crusade, were in peril. If kings and nobles did not answer, the cross itself would fall. For Louis VII of France, the news arrived like a thunderclap striking a soul already weighed down by guilt. The king had not forgotten Vitry, the church fire that consumed hundreds of innocents during his campaign against Theobald of Champagne. Chroniclers tell us that Louis could not shake the screams of Vitry from his mind. He carried the ashes of that town upon his conscience as though they were burned into his very skin. Here, then, was his chance. The Pope's call was more than a summons. It was a lifeline. To Louis, the crusade was not merely a matter of defending Christendom. It was penance, a holy pilgrimage by which he might wash his hands of Vitry's smoke and reclaim God's favor. And so, with trembling fervor, the king declared his intent. He would take the cross. He would march to the Holy Land. But if Louis's decision was shaped by guilt, Eleanor of Aquitaine's was born of fire. For Eleanor, the crusade was no grim burden. It was opportunity. It was glory. In the courts of Aquitaine, tales of the First Crusade had echoed for decades. Stories of brave knights, heroic battles, and pious triumphs. The South was alive with the romance of holy war, celebrated in the songs of troubadours and the poems of jongleurs. To Eleanor, the crusade was not only a duty to God, but a stage upon which she could shine as no queen before her. When Louis announced his vow, Eleanor rose boldly and declared her own. She would not remain behind in Paris, cloistered and silent, waiting on news carried across seas. She would go with him. She would take the cross. Chroniclers record her words. As Duchess and Queen, I too have lands to defend, vassals to summon, and a duty to God. And she meant it. Eleanor was no passive consort. With the authority of Aquitaine behind her, she summoned her knights, her lords, and her bannermen. Under her command, Aquitanian warriors prepared themselves not only for war, but for pilgrimage. She brought together not only hardened knights, but also younger nobles, eager to prove themselves in the East, drawn by Eleanor's charisma and the promise of adventure. For the first time in history, a Queen of France would march at the head of a crusading army. Not in the shadows, not as baggage to her husband's retinue, but in her own right, bearing the standard of Aquitaine. Chroniclers, half in awe and half in dismay, wrote of Eleanor and her ladies outfitted in armor, riding astride war horses like Amazons of old. To the north, such behavior seemed scandalous. To the south, it was glorious. The Pope himself, and his legate Bernard of Clairvaux, lent spiritual weight to the endeavor. Bernard, the great Cistercian preacher, traveled through France, igniting the fervor of the people. In Vézelay, before a vast crowd, he preached with such passion that men tore their very cloaks into strips to fashion makeshift crosses, pinning them to their shoulders as a sign of their vow. Louis, trembling with zeal, received his cross from Bernard. At his side, Eleanor received hers as well, her presence electrifying the multitude. But the crusade was not merely an act of devotion. It was politics in motion, alliances forged and tested, power projected across continents. The kings of Europe were not merely pilgrims. They were rulers whose absence could weaken their kingdoms. For Eleanor, the crusade meant months, even years, away from Aquitaine, but she was determined to keep her duchy's honor visible on the world stage. As preparations began, troubadours sang of the queen who would lead her knights to Jerusalem. Noblewomen volunteered to accompany her, some out of devotion, others out of admiration. Chroniclers grumbled about scandal and impropriety, but Eleanor pressed forward, unconcerned. She was shaping her image not as a passive queen, but as a commander, a patron of warriors, almost a heroine of legend. Yet beneath the glamour lay tensions. Louis's crusade was about penitence. Eleanor's was about ambition. Louis sought forgiveness from God. Eleanor sought greatness before the world. These competing visions would collide on the long road to the east, and the clash would shake their marriage to its foundations. But in that first moment, in Vézelay, in the echo of Bernard's voice, in the sight of thousands pledging their swords to God, hope burned brightly. France had answered the call. The king and queen would march together, leading not only knights and nobles, but an entire vision of Christendom's destiny. The cross had been raised, the vows had been spoken, the banners of France and Aquitaine fluttered in the spring wind. The road to the Holy Land stretched before them, a road paved with faith, with fire, and with the unyielding will of Eleanor of Aquitaine. The vow had been taken, the banners raised, the crosses sewn onto garments. Now the true test began. The road from France to the Holy Land stretched not in weeks, but in years, and it would lead through unfamiliar kingdoms, treacherous passes, and foreign courts whose loyalties were never certain. By the spring of 1147, the Second Crusade was set in motion. From Paris, from Aquitaine, from Burgundy and Champagne, knights gathered in their thousands. Chroniclers speak of an almost endless river of humanity, armored riders, foot soldiers carrying spears and shields, clerics and monks, women and children, merchants, even farmers who had sworn to join the march for Jerusalem. Some came for God, others for penance, still more for wealth and adventure. But all converged into a single tide moving eastward. For King Louis VII, this was both a triumph and a burden. His vow had ignited France. But now he was responsible for the feeding, housing, and moving of one of the largest armies Europe had ever seen. Historians estimate tens of thousands made the journey, and though numbers are uncertain, the magnitude of the undertaking is not. Fields were stripped bare as the Crusaders marched. Towns swelled with the weight of strangers. The sheer logistics tested the limits of medieval Europe. And there, among the banners of dukes and counts, marched Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was no shadow behind the king. Chroniclers note that she rode at the head of her Aquitanian retinue, shining in armor, accompanied by her ladies, many dressed as warriors. To some, she was a marvel, the embodiment of chivalric romance, a living Amazon from legend. To others, especially northern chroniclers more rigid in their expectations of queens, she was scandalous. A woman riding to war, leading men in arms, was unsettling, even dangerous. The journey through Germany tested them first. Emperor Conrad III had raised his own army, and though the cause was the same, coordination was difficult. Different tongues, different routes, and the pride of kings made alliance fragile. Already, the seeds of tension between the French and Germans grew, for Conrad's army suffered heavily in Hungary and along the Danube. Starvation, ambush, and poor discipline led to disaster. When news of Conrad's losses reached Louis and Eleanor, unease crept into their camp. Still, the French pressed on. The rivers of Central Europe carried their ships and their supplies, but every step forward demanded negotiation. Passage through foreign lands required diplomacy with kings and princes whose loyalty could not be taken for granted. Supplies had to be purchased, safe conduct demanded. Eleanor's Aquitanian lords proved invaluable, their experience in diplomacy and their charisma smoothing quarrels where Louis's severity might have provoked insult. At last, the French army approached the gates of Constantinople. Here stood the city of legend, New Rome, the jewel of the East, capital of the Byzantine Empire. To Western eyes, Constantinople was a marvel beyond imagination. Its domes glittered with gold, its walls stretched like mountains, its markets overflowed with silks, spices, and jewels unseen in France. For Eleanor and her ladies, the city must have seemed like something out of a troubadour's dream. But beneath the splendor lay suspicion. Emperor Manuel Comnenos received the Crusaders with courtesy, but his smile masked unease. To the Byzantines, the Crusaders were both allies and threats. Their predecessors in the First Crusade had sworn loyalty to the emperor, but then carved their own states from Byzantine lands. Manuel feared that these new armies, tens of thousands strong, might turn from pilgrims into conquerors, and so diplomacy became a dance of mistrust. Louis swore that his aim was Jerusalem, not Constantinople, but tensions simmered. Byzantine officials accused French soldiers of looting, while French nobles whispered that Manuel was secretly allied with the Turks. Eleanor's presence, dazzling and disruptive, became a subject of rumor in the Byzantine court. Some chroniclers suggest that she moved with ease in Constantinople, admired for her beauty and poise, though others accuse her of overstepping, of being too visible, too bold. After weeks of negotiation, the French crossed the Bosphorus into Asia Minor. Now the true danger began. The open fields of Europe were behind them. Ahead stretched Anatolia, a land of rugged mountains, blistering heat by day, bitter cold by night, and enemies waiting in ambush. Supplies grew scarce. The long baggage trains became vulnerable to Turkish raiders who struck quickly, vanished into hills, and left the Crusaders shaken. The march was brutal. Horses collapsed on the stony roads. Men fell from thirst. Armor so heavy in France, became unbearable in the Anatolian sun. The further east they pressed, the weaker they became. Discipline frayed. Arguments erupted between French lords and Byzantine guides, who were accused of treachery or incompetence. When Turkish arrows rained down from the cliffs, panic spread, and whole companies were cut off. Eleanor remained with her retinue, her reputation both admired and whispered against. To Aquitanian knights, her presence was a banner of pride. To others, she was a distraction, a woman leading men where only kings and lords should command. Chroniclers hostile to her accuse her of urging bold, even reckless strategies, though whether this was truth or rumor shaped by misogyny is difficult to know. Through hunger, ambush, and exhaustion, the French army limped onward. By the time they reached Antioch, the crusade had already begun to unravel. Yet in those months, on the endless road east, between the glory of Vézelay and the disillusionment to come, Eleanor of Aquitaine shone as no queen had before. Loved by some, loathed by others, she was no mere passenger. She was a force, a presence that could not be ignored. The long road east had changed her. It had strained her marriage, tested her courage, and placed her at the very heart of the most perilous venture of her age. The weary French crusading host staggered into the city of Antioch in the spring of 1148. For months, the long road east had tested them beyond endurance. From the cold rivers of Europe to the blistering heat of Asia Minor, they had endured starvation, ambush, betrayal, and despair. By the time the battered remnants of Louis VII's army reached the gates of Antioch, their spirits were fractured. And yet, for Eleanor of Aquitaine, Antioch was not merely a refuge, it was a turning point. Antioch, one of the great crusader states carved out after the First Crusade, was a city of immense importance. Towering walls crowned with battlements surrounded its bustling streets. Within, merchants from across the world, Armenians, Greeks, Syrians, Latins, Muslims, traded in silks, spices, weapons, and jewels. To the French, Antioch was the first true oasis of wealth and culture they had seen since leaving Constantinople. To Eleanor, it was something even more personal. For here ruled her uncle, Raymond of Poitiers, a prince as renowned for his chivalry as for his charm. Raymond had left Poitou decades earlier to claim Antioch by marriage, and he had ruled it with charisma and daring. Tall, handsome, and eloquent, Raymond bore all the traits that Eleanor admired: courage, intelligence, and the cultivated elegance of the southern courts. To him, Eleanor was more than a visiting queen. She was blood, family, and a kindred spirit shaped by Aquitaine's culture of refinement and boldness. When Eleanor entered Antioch, she was received not as a weary traveler, but as a princess of her house returned in triumph. Raymond welcomed her with lavish ceremony, the city's streets filled with music, banners, and cheering crowds. To the exhausted crusaders, Antioch was a miracle. To Eleanor, it was almost home. But behind the celebrations, politics loomed. Raymond had long dreamed of expanding Antioch's power into northern Syria, striking at Aleppo and Edessa to secure his principality's survival. For this, he needed allies, and his niece, the Queen of France, was the key. Louis, however, was not so easily persuaded. To him, Antioch was a distraction. His mind, shaped by guilt and the weight of his vow, was fixed on Jerusalem. The crusade, he insisted, had been undertaken for one purpose alone: to pray at the Holy Sepulchre, to cleanse his soul with pilgrimage, to fulfill his oath to God. Antioch's ambitions, however practical, did not interest him. It was here that Eleanor's will clashed openly with her husband's. She listened eagerly to Raymond's strategies, his vision for an alliance, his insistence that Antioch must be secured before Jerusalem could ever be safe. To Eleanor, this was sound counsel, pragmatic, forward-thinking, grounded in military necessity. To Louis, it was a distraction, perhaps even insubordination. Chroniclers tell us that Eleanor sided openly with her uncle. She argued passionately that the French army should aid Antioch, that it was their Christian duty not only to worship in Jerusalem, but to strengthen the Crusader states that held the line. Louis resisted, and their quarrels became bitter, their marriage strained to the breaking point. And then came the whispers. Antioch was alive with rumor. Eleanor, radiant and commanding, was often seen in Raymond's company, discussing strategy, walking the palace halls, appearing at banquets by his side. Their closeness, their ease together, set tongues wagging. Was it merely the affection of uncle and niece, bound by blood and common culture? Or was it something more? Hostile chroniclers, particularly those loyal to Louis, began to write darkly of impropriety. Some accused Eleanor of an adulterous affair with Raymond, others of scheming to annul her marriage and remain in Antioch as his partner in rule. The truth remains elusive. Medieval chroniclers were quick to condemn powerful women, especially those who acted beyond traditional roles. Whether scandal was real or fabricated, the damage was the same. Louis was outraged. To him, Eleanor's defiance was humiliation enough. But the rumors of dishonor were intolerable. Their quarrels exploded into public view. According to one account, Eleanor demanded a separation, citing their kinship as grounds for annulment. Louis refused. Instead, he ordered her to leave Antioch at once. And so, in bitterness and fury, Eleanor was forced from the city. She departed not as a queen triumphant, but as a woman dragged from the stage of power. Raymond, left without her support, turned his eyes once more to his enemies in Syria, and within months, he would meet his death in battle, betrayed by allies who abandoned him. For Eleanor, Antioch marked the beginning of the end of her marriage to Louis. The harmony that had once united them was shattered. The scandal, whether born of truth, exaggeration, or outright slander, followed her for the rest of her days. To some, she was the Amazon queen who dared to counsel kings and princes. To others, she was reckless, wanton, and dangerous. But one truth cannot be denied. In Antioch, Eleanor of Aquitaine revealed herself as a woman unwilling to be silenced. She was no passive consort, no ornament of the French crown. She was a player of politics, a strategist, a voice of power in her own right. And for that, she was both celebrated and condemned. The whispers of Antioch did not end with her departure. They echoed across Europe, staining her marriage, reshaping her reputation, and setting the stage for the next chapter of her extraordinary life. The Second Crusade, once proclaimed with trumpets and blessed by the Pope, ended not in triumph, but in tragedy and humiliation. For Louis VII, the crusade had been conceived as both a holy duty and a chance to restore his honor before Christendom. For Eleanor of Aquitaine, it had been an opportunity to display her strength as Duchess of Aquitaine and Queen of France, to ride alongside her knights, and to prove that she, too, was more than a passive figure in a man's war. But as the campaign wore on, the dream crumbled. The French army suffered devastating defeats in Anatolia, ambushed by Turkish horsemen, misled by Byzantine guides, and starved by barren landscapes. The march toward Edessa, their original goal, was abandoned. Instead, Louis and Eleanor, along with what remained of their weary troops, set their sights on the rich, fortified city of Damascus, hoping for redemption. At first, enthusiasm filled the camp. The walls of Damascus were famed, but so too was the city's wealth. If Louis could seize it, perhaps the crusade would not be remembered as a total failure. Yet within days, reality set in. The attack was poorly coordinated, plagued by mistrust among the crusading leaders. German, French, and Byzantine factions argued, each suspicious of betrayal by the others. Supplies ran thin. Morale plummeted. When the siege of Damascus was abandoned after only 4 days, the humiliation was complete. The Crusaders slunk away, broken and defeated, while their enemies rejoiced. Louis's reputation was shattered. He had left France a pious, youthful king, hailed as God's chosen champion. He would return as a man mocked, his reign weakened, his authority diminished. For Eleanor, the crusade marked not just the collapse of military ambition, but the disintegration of her marriage. She had been bold on the journey, too bold for some. Her insistence on marching with her Aquitanian knights, her independence, and the respect she commanded, drew admiration from her vassals but suspicion from others. Rumors spread of her closeness with her uncle, Prince Raymond of Antioch, who had urged her to remain in the East and support his struggle against Muslim neighbors. Louis, driven by jealousy and fear of scandal, dragged her away from Antioch against her will. From that moment, the bond between them was fractured beyond repair. The journey home was marked by cold silence. Louis clung to what little dignity he had left, immersing himself in prayers and rituals. Eleanor, proud and unyielding, refused to soften her stance. She was no longer content to be the silent consort. She saw in Louis a man unsuited for her ambition, a monkish king bound to the church, ill-fitted to rule the worldly domains of Aquitaine. Their quarrels grew public. On the road back through Constantinople, Sicily, and finally Italy, courtiers whispered of divorce. When they finally returned to France, the kingdom they had left behind seemed distant and changed. Years of absence, the waste of treasure, the loss of men, it had all been for nothing. Eleanor wasted no time in pressing her case. She argued that their marriage, though sanctified, was invalid. She and Louis were too closely related by blood, a fact known but ignored at their wedding. Now, after years of childbearing that had produced only daughters, Eleanor claimed God had withheld them a son as judgment. Louis resisted at first, torn between piety and pride. But in the end, political reality and personal disillusionment prevailed. In 1152, at the Council of Beaugency, their marriage was annulled. Eleanor's dowry, vast, unmatched, the Duchy of Aquitaine itself, was restored to her. For Louis, it was the bitterest of defeats. He had lost not only his queen, but also one of the richest lands in Europe. For Eleanor, it was liberation. Within weeks, she would marry Henry Plantagenet, the fiery heir to the throne of England. Together, they would forge an empire that stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, reshaping the destiny of Europe. But in that moment, on the long, weary road home from the East, what lay before Eleanor and Louis was not triumph, but the shards of a broken crown. The crusade had failed. Their marriage had collapsed. And Eleanor, undaunted, was preparing for her next chapter, a chapter in which she would cease to be merely Queen of France and rise instead to become the formidable Queen of England. The marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Louis VII was forged in ceremony and bound in duty, yet it was a union of opposites. He, the pious and austere King of France, had once been destined for the monastery before the crown fell upon his head. She, the radiant Duchess of Aquitaine, came from a court of music, poetry, and worldly splendor. Where Louis sought salvation, Eleanor sought power, passion, and legacy. For a time, their contrasts were manageable, perhaps even complementary. But the crucible that would expose the cracks in their bond was not France, nor even Europe. It was the scorching dust and bloodied earth of the Holy Land. In the winter of 1145, word spread across Christendom like a bitter wind. Edessa, the great fortress city and linchpin of the Crusader states, had fallen to Zengi, the formidable Atabeg of Mosul. To the faithful, this was no mere military defeat. It was a catastrophe that shook the very foundations of Christian power in the East. The memory of Jerusalem's triumphant capture in 1099 still burned brightly in the collective imagination, a moment seen as God's triumph through human hands. Now, less than half a century later, the loss of Edessa was interpreted not only as a strategic disaster, but also as a sign of divine displeasure. To many, it seemed that Christendom itself hung in the balance. Alarmed, Pope Eugenius III issued his papal bull Quantum Predecessores, summoning the faithful once more to take the cross and reclaim what had been lost. Yet papal words alone were not enough to ignite the spirit of the people. For that, the Church turned to its most electrifying voice, Bernard of Clairvaux. A figure of almost mystical charisma, Bernard preached with such passion that his words seemed to carry divine fire. When he spoke of Christ's wounds, crowds wept. When he thundered against the enemies of God, even hardened knights trembled. It was in France, already restless with both spiritual yearning and political ambition, that Bernard's voice found its loudest echo. Kings, barons, peasants, and priests flocked to his sermons. He promised forgiveness of sins, eternal salvation, and everlasting glory for those who marched eastward. Under his oratory, a wave of fervor swept across the realm, binding the powerful and the humble in a single cause. Among those most moved was King Louis VII of France. For years, Louis had borne the heavy burden of a guilty conscience. In 1143, during a bitter conflict with Theobald of Champagne, he had ordered the assault on the town of Vitry. In the chaos, a church packed with men, women, and children was set ablaze, and hundreds perished in the inferno. Though it had been an act of war, Louis never forgot the horror. His reign, he believed, carried the stain of those charred souls. The call to crusade offered him what he long craved, the chance for penance, for absolution, and perhaps for eternal redemption. It was decided that the great proclamation would be made at Vézelay in Burgundy during Easter of 1146. The hilltop town became the stage for one of the most dramatic moments of the age. Vast crowds surged to the meadow outside the Abbey of Sainte-Marie-Madeleine. Chroniclers described the scene as a sea of humanity. Knights in glinting mail, peasants clutching wooden crosses, noble families gathered beneath their banners, all awaiting the royal couple. When Louis VII ascended the platform, the crowd fell into reverent silence. With solemnity, he declared his intention to take the cross, and before the multitude, Bernard himself marked him with the holy emblem. The king had pledged his soul to Christ's service, but what followed stunned the assembly even more. Eleanor of Aquitaine, radiant in her finery yet resolute in her purpose, stepped forward beside her husband. She was no mere spectator to this holy vow. As Duchess of Aquitaine, she commanded one of the richest and most turbulent principalities in France. With a voice strong and unwavering, she declared that she too would take the cross, not as a passive queen to remain cloistered in Paris, but as a sovereign duchess who would lead her vassals eastward. Her lords and knights, bound to her by feudal duty and centuries of loyalty, would ride at her side. The reaction was electric. Some chroniclers described the scene as a frenzy of devotion. Nobles tore strips from their garments to fashion makeshift crosses. Bernard himself, overwhelmed by the demand, is said to have cut his own cloak into pieces so that all might share in the sacred symbol. The meadow at Vézelay rang with cheers, hymns, and the clang of weapons raised to heaven. Yet not all were moved to admiration. For a queen to march on crusade was a bold defiance of custom, and Eleanor's choice sparked both awe and unease. Some saw in her decision the mark of courage, the spirit of a warrior queen stepping into the current of sacred history. Others whispered of arrogance, of a woman too proud, too willful, unwilling to remain within the bounds of her sex. The image of a crowned queen donning the cross unsettled many, in an age when even noblewomen were expected to wait in silence while their men went to war. But Eleanor cared little for convention. In her presence, Aquitaine's knights and troubadours felt the fire of chivalric destiny. Her participation transformed the crusade from a king's holy duty into a drama of pageantry, power, and spectacle. Where Louis offered humility and penitence, Eleanor embodied splendor and ambition. Thus, on that day at Vézelay, Christendom's cause was not only renewed, but also redefined. The King of France sought redemption. His queen sought glory. Together, they bound their names to one of the greatest and most perilous endeavors of their age, the Second Crusade. The year was 1147. The vows made at Vézelay had given birth to an army unlike any seen in a generation. From the fertile valleys of Aquitaine to the stone halls of the Île-de-France, from peasant huts to princely courts, men took up arms and pledged themselves to the cause of Christ. Chroniclers estimated their numbers in the tens of thousands, though the true size is uncertain. To those who watched the host assemble, it must have seemed as though the very heart of Christendom was marching east. Banners of every hue fluttered in the wind, golden lions of Aquitaine, fleur-de-lis of France, and the crosses hastily stitched by peasants into their homespun cloaks. Armor glinted in the sunlight. Voices rose in hymns that echoed across valleys and fields. For a fleeting moment, the vision of holy unity seemed real. France's nobility, fractured so often by feudal rivalry, now stood beneath a single sacred purpose. The departure of the Crusaders was not merely a military expedition. It was theater, ritual, and pilgrimage, all bound into one. Yet behind this grand pageantry lay the shadows of doubt. The First Crusade had been crowned with triumph. Jerusalem had been won and enshrined as a miracle of divine favor. But decades had passed since those days of glory. Memory had turned to legend, and legend to expectation. The lords and common men who took the cross in 1147 dreamed of repeating the victories of their grandfathers. What awaited them, however, was not triumph, but disillusion. The march eastward began with promise. Crowds lined the roads to watch the Crusaders pass, some weeping, others cheering, many selling food and supplies at exorbitant prices. The army snaked its way across Europe like a living river of steel and song. Yet the longer they marched, the more reality intruded. Supplies grew thin. The burden of feeding so vast a host strained the villages and towns through which they passed. Instead of gratitude, the local populations felt only resentment. Where coin failed, the Crusaders took by force, and where force was used, enmity followed. Through the rugged lands of the Balkans, the march grew harsh. Roads were little more than rutted tracks. Rivers swelled with spring floods, and food became scarce. Starving men scoured the countryside, often seizing what they could from unwilling hands. These were not acts of malice alone. Hunger drove even noble knights to theft. But every seizure, every clash with the locals, deepened the bitterness between crusader and host. By the time the army approached Constantinople, relations with their supposed allies were already poisoned. The great Byzantine capital, shimmering with domes and marble, rose before the weary crusaders like a vision from Scripture. Yet instead of welcome, they were met with suspicion. Emperor Manuel Comnenos, wise and calculating, looked upon the French host not as brothers in arms, but as a threat to his throne. He remembered well how earlier crusaders had carved their own kingdoms from Byzantine lands. To him, these Westerners were wolves cloaked in piety. The French, for their part, felt slighted by every delay, insulted by every restriction. Rumors spread like wildfire that the Byzantines withheld supplies deliberately, that they plotted with the Turks, that Manuel secretly wished the crusade to fail. Distrust poisoned the air long before a single arrow had been loosed. At Constantinople, East and West confronted not only each other's armies, but each other's ways of life. The Latins saw the Byzantines as decadent, effeminate, duplicitous. The Byzantines regarded the Latins as brutish, greedy, and uncontrollable. Between these two visions lay an abyss of mutual contempt. Crossing into Anatolia, the mirage of glory shattered entirely. The Turks, masters of mobility, harried the Crusaders at every turn. In narrow mountain passes, they rained arrows from above, their swift horses darting in and out of range. Exhausted French knights, unaccustomed to such warfare, found themselves helpless. Supply lines stretched thin, wagons overturned on rocky paths. Men collapsed in the dust from thirst and hunger. The march slowed to a crawl. Each day drained morale further. The dream of a victorious pilgrimage became a nightmare of attrition. Louis VII, who had hoped the crusade would cleanse his soul, now seemed overwhelmed by its burdens. Chroniclers paint him as hesitant, more inclined to retreat into prayer than to issue decisive command. His faith was deep, but faith alone could not rally starving soldiers or repel mounted archers. It was Eleanor who seemed, in this moment of collapse, to blaze brightest. Riding at the head of her Aquitanian knights, she embodied the martial spirit of her duchy. In Aquitaine's courts, troubadours sang of warrior maidens, of queens who inspired courage and demanded loyalty. Eleanor seemed to give those legends flesh. She was bold, fiery, unyielding. Chroniclers wrote that she urged her men onward with a voice that cut through fear, her presence a rallying flame amid the dust and chaos. But her defiance unsettled many. To the lords of northern France, steeped in rigid notions of order and gender, the sight of a queen riding with knights, speaking as though she were their equal or their leader, was deeply disturbing. Jealousy brewed. Whispers spread. Was Eleanor too bold? Too proud? Was she stepping beyond the bounds of her station? To some, her leadership was inspiration. To others, it was an affront. Thus, as arrows fell from the Anatolian sky, as hunger hollowed the French host, and as suspicion gnawed at their unity, another battle raged unseen. A struggle not only between Christian and Turk, but within the very heart of the crusade itself. The march to disaster had begun. By the time the remnants of the French host staggered into the gates of Antioch in March of 1148, they were scarcely recognizable as the proud crusading army that had departed from France. Starvation, ambush, and exhaustion had hollowed their numbers. Horses lay dead along the roads. armor was battered and rusting, and the Crusaders' spirits, once alight with holy zeal, were broken by despair. Some whispered openly that God had abandoned them. Others muttered darker accusations, that their leaders' sins had cursed the march from the start. Yet to Eleanor, Antioch was no mere resting point. It was a turning of the wheel of fortune. Here ruled her maternal uncle, Prince Raymond of Poitiers, a man of striking charisma and formidable ambition. Antioch itself was no provincial backwater. It was one of the most vital outposts of Christendom in the East, a gateway between the Levant and Asia Minor. Its walls, battered yet enduring, enclosed a city of rich markets, echoing churches, and diverse peoples. Greeks, Latins, Armenians, and Syrians, each woven into the fabric of the principality. When Eleanor entered Antioch, she was greeted not with suspicion, but with celebration. Raymond welcomed her with all the honors due a queen, but more than that, he hailed her as kin. Chroniclers note his admiration for her courage, her determination, and the commanding presence she maintained even after months of hardship. For Eleanor, who had endured criticism and whispers of impropriety throughout the march, Raymond's embrace must have felt like vindication. But Raymond was no mere host. He was a strategist with his own vision. The Second Crusade, in his mind, need not be squandered in a reckless push toward Jerusalem, hundreds of miles further south. Instead, Antioch should be the focus. The principality stood exposed to Muslim forces on its borders, particularly the looming power of Nur ad-Din in Aleppo. If the Crusaders concentrated their might here, if they struck decisively to secure Antioch's defense and expand its territory, Christendom would gain a lasting stronghold in the East. Raymond's plan was both practical and appealing. For Eleanor, whose pride and ambition matched her uncle's, it offered redemption. The crusade, so far an endless ordeal of defeat, could yet be salvaged. A victory at Antioch might restore French prestige, elevate her own standing, and in time cement Aquitaine's reputation as a duchy of martial valor. Eleanor listened keenly to Raymond's arguments, and in her heart, she agreed. But Louis VII was unmoved. To the king, Antioch's struggles were secondary to the sacred mission of reaching Jerusalem. He had taken the cross to fulfill a vow of penance, to cleanse his soul of past sins by kneeling at the Holy Sepulchre. Antioch was not his goal, and more dangerously, he saw Raymond's plan as self-serving, a bid to use the French army for Antioch's benefit rather than for God's. The disagreement between husband and wife, already strained by months of hardship, now burst into open conflict. Eleanor argued passionately, demanding that her vassals should not be wasted on a march south when a winnable campaign lay before them in Antioch. Louis, unaccustomed to such defiance from a queen, bristled with outrage. To him, Eleanor's support of Raymond was not only rebellion against his authority, but also an insult to his kingship. And then came the rumors. Chroniclers hostile to Eleanor, always quick to cast aspersions on a woman who refused to be silent, began to whisper of her closeness to Raymond. Some suggested their bond was not merely political, but intimate, that the queen and her uncle were engaged in a scandalous liaison. These whispers, whether born of envy, malice, or simple gossip, spread like wildfire through the ranks of the Crusaders. For a queen already viewed with suspicion for her boldness and independence, the rumors were poisonous. Louis believed them, or at the very least, allowed his jealousy to inflame his judgment. Whether he truly thought Eleanor guilty of betrayal or merely feared the appearance of dishonor, his response was swift and merciless. In a jealous rage, he ordered Eleanor seized and removed from Antioch, Against her will, she was torn from the city, dragged away under guard, her dignity stripped before allies and enemies alike. The humiliation was profound. For Eleanor, a duchess in her own right, accustomed to commanding respect and loyalty, to be treated as a wayward woman rather than as a sovereign queen was intolerable. It was more than a personal insult. It was the shattering of her marriage's fragile foundation. From that moment, the bond between Eleanor and Louis was beyond repair. Antioch became a turning point, not only in the crusade, but in Eleanor's life. The clash of strategy, the scandal of rumor, and the violence of her forced departure revealed the deep fissures in her marriage and in her role as queen. No longer would she pretend to be a silent partner in Louis's piety. The queen who had once marched proudly at her husband's side now began to envision a life beyond him, one where her voice and power would not be silenced. Thus, the gates of Antioch did not open onto triumph, but onto scandal and betrayal. And from that scandal, Eleanor of Aquitaine's path turned inexorably toward independence, ambition, and a destiny far greater than the crown of France could offer. By the summer of 1148, the Second Crusade had already stumbled from hardship to humiliation. Louis VII's army, battered by starvation, ambush, and internal strife, had limped its way through Asia Minor, barely surviving its march into the Levant. Eleanor's disgrace at Antioch had shattered her marriage to Louis in all but name. Yet despite these setbacks, there remained one final hope to justify the vast suffering and loss of life. That hope was Damascus. Damascus was no ordinary city. For centuries, it had been celebrated as a jewel of the East. Travelers wrote of its shaded gardens, its cool running waters, and its endless orchards stretching beyond the city walls. To Muslims, it was a center of culture and faith, a place of deep spiritual significance. To Christians, it was a tantalizing prize, a stronghold that, if taken, could serve as a bastion of Latin power in the Levant. To both, it was known as paradise on earth. Strategically, the city was indispensable. Lying on the frontier between Crusader-held lands and the rising Muslim powers of Nur ad-Din and the Zengid dynasty, Damascus was the key to control in the region. Whoever held it could dictate the future of Syria, and perhaps of the entire Holy Land. And so, despite their failures, despite the rift between king and queen, Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany agreed to cast their lot together in one last desperate gamble. The decision to attack Damascus was not taken lightly. Councils of war convened in Jerusalem, drawing in the lords of Outremer, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Tripoli, and the County of Edessa's remnants. Some argued for caution, warning that Damascus was too strong, too well defended. Others, driven by ambition, greed, or a burning need to prove that God's favor had not wholly abandoned them, urged an immediate assault. In the end, ambition triumphed over prudence. The crusade would march on Damascus. When the host assembled, hope flickered once more. Chroniclers describe an army vast in size. French knights in glinting mail, German foot soldiers hardened by bitter marches, and contingents of local barons eager to seize their share of spoils. Hymns rose again, as if to drown out the memory of past failures. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the crusade might yet be redeemed. But the promise unraveled almost at once. The Crusaders approached Damascus from the western side, a fatal error. This was the most heavily fortified approach, where walls rose high and strong, and where the orchards, though beautiful, were crisscrossed with irrigation ditches and thickets that slowed movement. Supplies were scarce, and what little the Crusaders carried was quickly consumed. Worse still, the orchards that had promised nourishment became a trap. Soldiers stumbled through tangled groves, while Damascus's defenders rained arrows down from above. Inside the city, panic gave way to determination. Citizens and warriors alike rushed to man the walls. Chroniclers record women and children carrying stones to reinforce defenses, while Muslim fighters harassed the Crusaders at every turn. Arrows darkened the sky. The sound of war drums echoed across the fields, and the orchards that had once seemed like Eden turned into a killing ground. And then came betrayal. Disputes broke out among the Crusader leaders. The lords of Jerusalem, suspicious of Louis and Conrad, feared that whoever captured Damascus would claim it as his own. Ambition soured into rivalry. The French and Germans quarreled with their local allies, each accusing the other of cowardice, incompetence, or treachery. Instead of unity, there was only discord. After 4 brutal days, the Crusaders' resolve collapsed. Supplies were gone, soldiers were dying, and the city remained defiant. Rumors spread that Nur ad-Din was marching with reinforcements, and panic gripped the camp. Councils of war devolved into shouting matches, each lord seeking to preserve his own forces rather than press the attack. On the 5th day, the order was given: retreat. The fall of Edessa had brought them east. The preaching of Bernard of Clairvaux had filled them with holy fire. The vows taken at Vézelay had promised redemption and glory. But here, outside the walls of Damascus, all those hopes crumbled into dust. The retreat was chaos. What had begun with hymns and banners ended with mutters of betrayal and curses against God. Soldiers limped away through the orchards, leaving behind their dead, their wounded, and their dignity. For the citizens of Damascus, it was a triumph. For the Crusaders, it was a disgrace so total that many would never speak of it again. The Second Crusade was finished. What had begun with the thunder of Bernard's voice, with kings and queens pledging their souls to Christ, ended in 4 days of failure. Its legacy would not be victory, but disillusion. And for Eleanor of Aquitaine, the humiliation of Damascus, layered atop the scandal of Antioch, would become another weight driving her toward a decision that would reshape her life, and with it, the fate of Europe. The march back from the failed crusade was unlike the glorious procession that had first set out from the heart of Christendom. Gone were the triumphant banners that once snapped proudly in the wind, replaced now by tattered cloth, frayed and dust-stained. Gone, too, was the sense of holy mission, once carried like a fire in every heart. In its place lingered exhaustion, despair, and a silence so heavy it seemed to press down upon the army itself. For Louis VII, the return journey was a pilgrimage of penitence. He withdrew further and further into himself, his lips murmuring ceaseless prayers, his eyes fixed on crucifixes and relics, as though by sheer devotion he might wash away the shame of failure. To him, the catastrophe was not the result of poor leadership or fractured alliances. It was divine judgment. God had found him unworthy. Each step homeward was for Louis a reminder of his inadequacy. A cross he bore more heavily than his armor. Eleanor, however, saw the matter differently. To her, the defeat was not heaven's decree, but the bitter fruit of Louis's indecision. His weakness had cost them dearly. The squandered opportunities at Antioch, the humiliation of being forced from Raymond's side, the blunders at Damascus where strategy had been abandoned for piety. Eleanor had watched her husband flounder, hesitant, jealous, ill-suited to command men or guide nations. The man she had once followed across continents now appeared in her eyes less a king and more a penitent monk, unfit to bear the crown of France. The distance between them was no longer merely emotional. It became visible to all who traveled with them. At camp, they sat apart. On the march, their words to one another were scarce, exchanged only when necessity demanded. Rumors spread among courtiers and soldiers alike, of quarrels so bitter they echoed through tents, of Eleanor's open disdain, of a queen already imagining life beyond her king. By the time they reached France in 1149, the kingdom they returned to barely recognized them. They had left in a blaze of glory, leading thousands toward the Holy Land, their names heralded in every court of Europe. They returned as survivors of disgrace, their treasury drained, their armies decimated, their prestige shattered. France had paid dearly for their pilgrimage, yet gained nothing in return. For Eleanor and Louis, the greatest loss was not material wealth, but the collapse of their union. Where once there had been a fragile bond, held together by ceremony and obligation, now stretched a chasm impossible to cross. The Queen of Aquitaine had endured enough humiliation, enough wasted years. In her heart, Eleanor resolved that this marriage could not and would not endure. She was still young, still powerful, and she carried with her the inheritance of Aquitaine, one of the richest and most coveted lands in Europe. She had no intention of letting it be wasted under the shadow of a man she no longer respected. And so, only 3 years later, in 1152, the inevitable came to pass. At Beaugency, before a church council, Louis and Eleanor's marriage was annulled on grounds of consanguinity. But all who had witnessed their bitter journey knew the truth. The marriage had not been undone by canon law, but by the dust of Antioch, the shame of Damascus, and the gulf of silence that grew between them on the road home. In that moment, Eleanor regained not just her freedom, but her destiny. Aquitaine returned fully to her hands, its power undiminished, its wealth intact, and as the ink dried upon the annulment, the world shifted once more, for within weeks, Eleanor would remarry. Her next husband would not be a man of prayer and hesitation, but a man of fire and ambition, a man named Henry Plantagenet. The crusade had ended in failure, but Eleanor's story was far from over. In truth, it had only just begun. The crusade had been meant to save souls and win glory. Instead, it exposed the fragility of Louis's kingship and unleashed the indomitable spirit of Eleanor. For Louis, it was the beginning of decline. For Eleanor, it was a crucible from which she would emerge unbroken, ready to reshape the destiny of kingdoms. By the time Eleanor of Aquitaine and Louis VII returned to France in 1149, their marriage was little more than an empty vessel. What had once been a union of ceremony and power had withered under the weight of mistrust, humiliation, and divergent temperaments. The years of crusade had stripped away illusions. Louis had proven himself devout, but indecisive, a king better suited to a monastery than a battlefield. Eleanor, in contrast, revealed herself as a leader of sharp mind, political vision, and restless energy. Their estrangement was not whispered. It was plain to all. Courtiers saw it at meals, where they sat apart. Soldiers had seen it on the march, when Eleanor rode ahead of her husband with her Aquitanian knights, unafraid to show her independence. Rumors swirled, both in Antioch and back in France, of her closeness to Raymond of Poitiers. Whether true or not, the mere suggestion of infidelity poisoned the bond further. By the early 1150s, Eleanor had reached a conclusion. She would not remain bound to Louis. She had given him 2 daughters, Marie and Alix, but no son. Without a male heir, the Capetian dynasty stood vulnerable. In an age when dynasties clung desperately to continuity, this failure was as damning as any scandal. Eleanor's independence of mind, combined with Louis's obsession with piety, created a chasm that no prayer could bridge. In March of 1152, the couple arrived at Beaugency, where a church council convened. The official grounds for annulment were consanguinity, that Eleanor and Louis were related within the prohibited degrees of kinship. Yet everyone knew this was a convenient fiction. Their marriage was not being dissolved by canon law, but by years of disappointment, suspicion, and political necessity. The council chamber would have been heavy with incense, the air thick with solemnity. Clerics read from scrolls, invoking canon law as if divine authority itself demanded their separation. Louis, weary and perhaps even relieved, accepted the annulment without outward protest. Eleanor, resplendent in her dignity, stepped into freedom with the same commanding presence that had carried her through courts and crusades. But here lay a danger. Eleanor was no ordinary woman. She was the Duchess of Aquitaine, ruler of one of the richest, most powerful duchies in Europe. Her lands stretched across southwestern France, encompassing fertile fields, thriving cities, and an unmatched tradition of chivalry and courtly culture. With her release from Louis, she emerged one of the most desirable and most vulnerable heiresses in Christendom. News of her freedom spread like wildfire. Suitors descended upon her with alarming speed. Some accounts suggest attempts were even made to seize her en route back to Aquitaine, for marriage to Eleanor meant not just a wife, but dominion over a vast territory. She traveled guarded, determined to protect both her person and her inheritance. Eleanor, however, was no passive prize. She had already chosen her future. Within weeks of her annulment, she arranged to marry Henry Plantagenet, the 19-year-old Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou. Henry was ambitious, forceful, and nothing like Louis. Where Louis lingered in prayer, Henry acted. Where Louis hesitated, Henry seized opportunity. Though young, he already carried the air of command. His claim to the throne of England through his mother, Empress Matilda, promised a destiny greater than any French lordship. The marriage was conducted swiftly, in May 1152. Eleanor, 30 years old, wed Henry at Poitiers in a quiet but momentous ceremony. She had exchanged a king for a duke, but in doing so, she had aligned herself with a man who would soon eclipse Louis in power and prestige. 2 years later, Henry would ascend to the English throne as Henry II, and Eleanor would become Queen of England. The implications were staggering. Overnight, the balance of power in Europe shifted. By uniting her lands of Aquitaine with Henry's domains of Normandy and Anjou, Eleanor helped forge the foundations of what would become the Angevin Empire, a realm stretching from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Louis, once her husband, now faced a rival far stronger than himself. His former queen had become queen of his greatest enemy. The annulment at Beaugency had not ended Eleanor's story. It had propelled her into its most consequential chapter. No longer bound to the cautious, hesitant Louis, she now stood beside Henry, a man as bold and relentless as she was shrewd. Their partnership would be tumultuous, their ambitions often colliding, but together they reshaped the political landscape of medieval Europe. Eleanor of Aquitaine had not merely survived the ruin of a crusade and the collapse of a royal marriage. She had seized destiny by the reins. In her divorce and remarriage lay the story of transformation, from a queen diminished by failure into a sovereign force, ready to shape the fates of nations. When Eleanor of Aquitaine left the court of France, She was not leaving merely a failed marriage behind. She was shedding one skin and stepping into another. The years beside Louis VII had taught her much about the stiffness of the French monarchy, about the burdens of being queen to a pious man more monk than king, and about the crushing expectations of the Capetian court. For nearly 15 years, she had endured the cold marble halls of Paris, where ceremony suffocated freedom and where her spirited, independent nature was treated as unruly and dangerous. But with her divorce finalized in March 1152, Eleanor emerged not as a defeated woman, but as one of the most powerful heiresses in all Christendom, still Duchess of Aquitaine, still mistress of lands larger than those of the French king himself. Only weeks later, she startled the world. Eleanor married Henry Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, a man 10 years her junior, filled with restless energy, iron ambition, and the burning vision of kingship. With this union, the destinies of Aquitaine and Anjou, Normandy and England, became entwined. Together, Henry and Eleanor stood not merely as Duke and Duchess, but as a force capable of challenging the authority of the French crown. This was no ordinary marriage. To contemporaries, it was shocking. Eleanor, freshly divorced, had remarried with astonishing swiftness. Whispers spread that her union with Henry was reckless, even scandalous. But Eleanor knew what she was doing. In Henry, she found not only a partner, but a man whose ambition matched her own. Their marriage was a meeting of equals, rare in the 12th century, binding together two titanic personalities into an alliance that would give birth to the Angevin Empire. By 1154, fate propelled them further than either had expected. The sudden death of King Stephen of England opened the throne to Henry, grandson of Henry I. Within months, Henry and Eleanor crossed the Channel to claim their crowns, ascending as King and Queen of England. Eleanor, once scorned as an unsuitable wife in Paris, was now twice a queen, first of France, now of England, an unparalleled achievement for a woman of her time. Yet stepping into the English court was no easy matter. Unlike the elegance of Poitiers or even the rigid ritualism of Paris, the world Eleanor now entered was a realm of rugged castles, harsh winters, and restless barons. The English crown was powerful, but it was also unstable, scarred by years of civil war between Stephen and the supporters of Henry's mother, the Empress Matilda. The kingdom Eleanor inherited as queen was fractured, its nobility proud and unruly, its governance demanding strength as much as refinement. But Eleanor was no stranger to challenges. Where others saw a war-torn realm, she saw opportunity. With her, she carried the legacy of Aquitaine, the music of the troubadours, the ideals of chivalry, the traditions of southern courts where women were not mere ornaments but arbiters of taste, culture, and at times, politics. Slowly, she began to infuse the English court with these influences, reshaping it in her image. Troubadours and poets found patronage. Customs of refinement began to take root. Even the very idea of queenship shifted, for Eleanor was no passive consort. She was regal, commanding, and above all, indispensable to the Plantagenet dynasty. Her arrival in England was not simply the coming of a foreign duchess. It was the rebirth of her political destiny. She was no longer confined by the shadow of Louis VII, nor restricted by the suspicion of the Capetian court. In England, as queen, Eleanor would carve her own path. She would raise sons who would become kings. She would counsel and at times defy her husband, and she would leave her mark upon an empire stretching from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. To the chroniclers of her age, Eleanor's move from Paris to Westminster was shocking, even unsettling. To modern eyes, it was nothing less than extraordinary. She had not only survived a failed marriage to one of the most powerful kings in Christendom, she had turned it into a platform for greater influence, greater power, and greater legacy. Few women of the Middle Ages, indeed few women in history, could claim such resilience, such boldness, and such vision. This was not the end of Eleanor's story. It was her true beginning. The marriage between Eleanor of Aquitaine and Henry Plantagenet was not a union of simple affection. It was a seismic political event that reshaped the very map of medieval Europe. When Eleanor, recently divorced from Louis VII of France, chose Henry as her husband, she did so with the keen awareness that their partnership could build an empire to rival any kingdom in Christendom. This was no ordinary bond, and no ordinary age. The 12th century was a world where dynasties were carved not only with the sword, but also through the marriage bed. To bind lands and bloodlines together was to build power, and few marriages were as transformative as this. With Eleanor's vast duchy of Aquitaine joining Henry's domains of Anjou and Normandy, and soon after, the throne of England itself, the pair commanded a realm that dwarfed the holdings of the Capetian kings of France. Their combined territories stretched from the wind-swept Scottish borders to the sunlit vineyards of Gascony, from the cliffs of Ireland to the heartlands of Normandy. This was the foundation of what chroniclers would later call the Angevin Empire, a sprawling dominion that united disparate peoples under a rule both fragile and formidable. But behind the glittering facade of empire lay the truth of their relationship, dynamic, tempestuous, and marked by both unity and division. Henry Plantagenet was a man unlike most rulers of his age, energetic, relentless, and restless beyond measure. Chroniclers tell us he rarely sat still, always riding, always working, always scheming. He spoke quickly, moved quickly, and thought with the sharpness of a blade. He was ruthless when necessary, shrewd in diplomacy, and merciless against rebellion. Eleanor, in contrast, brought refinement, experience, and vision. She was 10 years Henry's senior, yet she was no passive mentor. She had already been Queen of France, already endured crusades and the suffocating atmosphere of the Capuchin court. She had tasted power, seen its fragility, and understood its demands. Where Henry was energy, Eleanor was wisdom. Where Henry was iron, Eleanor was silk woven with steel. Together, they were formidable. Two titanic personalities locked in partnership, yet destined at times to collide. Their marriage was unusual for its time, because it was, in many ways, a marriage of equals. Queens of the Middle Ages were expected to stand quietly beside their husbands, their voices heard only in whispers behind the throne. But Eleanor defied such expectations. She spoke, she advised, she challenged. She did not cower before Henry's temper or his towering will. Chroniclers note that she matched him in pride, in ambition, and in determination. Their arguments, it was said, could shake the very walls of their palaces. And yet, for all the storms, their union achieved what neither could alone. Together, they forged a dynasty. Eleanor bore Henry 8 children, each one a potential heir, each one a political pawn in the great chessboard of Europe. Sons like Richard, who would become the Lionheart, and John, who would inherit both throne and infamy. Daughters who married into the courts of Spain, Saxony, and Castile, weaving the Plantagenet bloodline across the continent. Eleanor was not only a mother in the domestic sense, she was a mother of kings, a matriarch of Europe, her influence carried in the very veins of future monarchs. The court they built was unlike any other. It was restless, itinerant, forever moving between their sprawling domains. One season they might be in Normandy, the next in Aquitaine, the next in London or Winchester. The court was a traveling kingdom, bringing with it not just soldiers and scribes, but culture and pageantry. Where Henry focused on law, governance, and the brutal necessities of rule, Eleanor cultivated refinement. She drew upon the traditions of her native Aquitaine, the poetry of troubadours, the ideals of chivalry, the art of courtly love. Her influence gave the Plantagenet court a brilliance that set it apart from the stern, practical courts of Northern Europe. But their partnership was not without tension. For all his reliance on Eleanor's lands, lineage, and counsel, Henry could not always abide her independence. He was a man used to command, and she was a woman unwilling to be commanded. Their quarrels could erupt into fierce disputes over policy, over their children, and over Eleanor's insistence on autonomy in Aquitaine. Yet, even in conflict, their relationship was bound by a mutual recognition. Neither was lesser, and neither could have risen to such heights without the other. This was the paradox of their marriage, love and ambition entwined with rivalry and resentment. It was a union that birthed an empire, but also sowed the seeds of rebellion. For in the years to come, Eleanor would not only support her sons against Henry, but would stand at the very heart of dynastic conflict. For now, however, in the early years of their reign, the marriage of Eleanor and Henry was a beacon of power, ambition, and possibility. They were the twin pillars of the Angevin Empire, rulers who carried in their hands the fate of kingdoms, the shaping of dynasties, and the cultural flowering of their age. This was not merely the marriage of a king and a queen. It was the marriage of power itself. To speak of Eleanor of Aquitaine as Mother of Kings is to speak not only of her role in the nursery or the chamber, but of her power in shaping the dynasties of Europe. Eleanor bore Henry II 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters, and in doing so, she secured the Plantagenet line for generations to come. Yet she was far from a passive figure who merely produced heirs. Eleanor was a political architect, using her children as living instruments in her grand design to ensure her legacy would ripple through kingdoms and across centuries. From the moment her first son was born, Eleanor understood the immense value of bloodlines. In a medieval world where dynasties rose or collapsed on questions of succession, every child was a potential claimant, a bargaining chip, or a bond between kingdoms. Eleanor bore Henry a large and varied brood: William, Henry the young king, Richard, Geoffrey, John, Matilda, Eleanor, and Joan. Each child carried not only her blood and Henry's, but the weight of expectation, ambition, and political strategy. Her eldest surviving son, Henry the young king, was crowned during his father's lifetime, a rare and deliberate move meant to secure the succession. Eleanor, ever pragmatic, saw in him both the hope of continuity and the seed of rivalry with his father. But her greatest son, in the eyes of history, was Richard, later to be called the Lionheart. Bold, charismatic, and martial, Richard embodied both the warrior spirit of his father and the cultured refinement of his mother. Eleanor recognized his gifts early, and she fostered his ties to Aquitaine, grooming him as the natural heir to her duchy. Geoffrey, their third son, was perhaps the most politically astute, his mind sharp and his ambitions restless. Eleanor's influence ensured he was married to Constance of Brittany, extending the Plantagenet grip over yet another principality. Even the youngest, John, dismissed in his early years as Lackland, since no territories were assigned to him, would one day wear the crown of England, though infamously. Her daughters, too, became vital pieces in the chess game of dynastic politics. Eleanor of England married Alfonso VIII of Castile, binding Plantagenet blood to Iberia. Matilda wed Henry, the Lion of Saxony, forging ties deep into the Holy Roman Empire. Joan married William II of Sicily, extending the family's reach into the Mediterranean. In each marriage, Eleanor's hand can be traced. Her careful calculation ensuring that her daughters were not tucked away in obscurity, but positioned as queens and duchesses in courts of significance. Eleanor's motherhood was not the quiet, retiring sort praised by medieval clerics. Instead, it was fierce, protective, and deeply political. She did not shrink from using her maternal authority to challenge Henry II himself. When Henry sought to limit the influence of their sons, Eleanor sided with the young men, encouraging them to demand lands, titles, and independence. It was a bold and dangerous step, for it meant Eleanor openly stood against her husband, aligning herself with rebellion. In 1173, when her sons rose in the infamous Great Revolt, Eleanor's role was unmistakable. Chroniclers accused her of fanning the flames of discontent, of urging her children to stand up to their father's iron grip. Whether she was the instigator or merely a supporter, Eleanor's allegiance to her sons proved unshakable. It was an extraordinary act of maternal defiance, for queens were expected to preserve unity, not fracture it. But Eleanor understood that the survival of her children, and by extension, her legacy, sometimes required challenging even the mightiest of kings. For this, Henry punished her severely. She was captured and confined, imprisoned for years in various English castles. Yet even in confinement, her maternal influence endured. Her sons remembered her counsel, her support, and her strength. When Henry II finally died in 1189, it was Richard who ascended the throne, and one of his first acts was to free his mother, restoring her to the heart of power. As Queen Mother under Richard and later John, Eleanor's authority reached a second zenith. She was no longer a consort or a wife, but a matriarch, commanding respect, wielding influence, and orchestrating the futures of her children and grandchildren. Well into her 70s, she undertook diplomatic missions across Europe, negotiating marriages, forging alliances, and ensuring the continuity of the dynasty she had labored to build. Even in advanced age, Eleanor was the glue that held the Plantagenet world together. The legacy of Eleanor as Mother of Kings lies not merely in biology, but in strategy. She created a dynasty that would shape England, France, and beyond. Her sons became kings, warriors, and rebels. Her daughters became queens and duchesses in powerful courts. And through them, Eleanor's bloodline flowed into the royal houses of Europe. She was, in every sense, a matriarch of medieval Christendom. Her maternal role was her political role, and her children were her weapons, her allies, and her enduring mark upon history. Few mothers in the annals of time have wielded such power. Eleanor of Aquitaine was not just mother to children, she was mother to an empire. When Eleanor of Aquitaine crossed the Channel and assumed her role as Queen of England, she brought more than her title, her lands, and her beauty. She carried with her an entire cultural inheritance, an inheritance born of Aquitaine's golden age of song, poetry, and philosophy. In her presence, the English court was reshaped. What had once been a rugged and militaristic environment, dominated by warriors, barons, and the rough cadence of law and battle, began to echo with music, storytelling, and the refined manners of Aquitanian aristocracy. Eleanor's influence can be felt in the voices that began to fill the halls of royal castles. Troubadours with their lutes, poets reciting verses of love and loyalty, chroniclers carefully recording the deeds of monarchs, not merely as victories or defeats, but as narratives of honor and romance. For the first time, England's court was not only a seat of power, it became a stage for culture. It was Eleanor who nurtured the ideals of courtly love, a tradition born in the vineyards and valleys of Aquitaine. These songs and poems spoke of loyalty, of noble devotion, of a knight's service to his lady. To many in the hard-bitten world of medieval politics, such ideas seemed fanciful, even dangerous. Yet Eleanor understood their power. They softened the harshness of feudal brutality. They gave men new codes to aspire to, codes that elevated women not as property or pawns, but as muses, judges of worth, and figures of inspiration. This was more than entertainment. It was politics wrapped in poetry. By championing these ideals, Eleanor raised her own status and that of queenship itself. She became not merely a figurehead, but a cultural arbiter. Through art and imagination, she reshaped how women and men alike thought about power, loyalty, and love. In a time when kings ruled with iron and blood, Eleanor ruled also through beauty, intellect, and vision. Within her court, one could sense a rare balance, the merging of power and poetry, politics and passion. The great lords might scheme in one hall, while in another, singers praised love as the highest form of loyalty. Chroniclers would later describe her court as a beacon, a light in an often brutal and darkened world. The legacy of this cultural flowering was immense. Troubadour poetry, inspired by Eleanor's patronage, spread across Europe, influencing not only literature, but the very imagination of the Middle Ages. The concept of chivalry, knighthood bound by honor, duty, and devotion, was not merely a product of the battlefield, but of Eleanor's salons and chambers, where words could be as mighty as swords. Even after the rise and fall of the Angevin Empire, this softer but enduring legacy remained. The songs of Aquitaine lived on. The ideals of courtly love shaped medieval romances, influenced writers such as Chrétien de Troyes, and laid the groundwork for Arthurian legends that continue to echo through modern imagination. Eleanor, through her court, planted the seeds of a cultural revolution that would long outlast her reign, her dynasty, and even her empire. She had turned the English court into something few could have foreseen, not merely a bastion of rule, but a sanctuary of imagination. In doing so, Eleanor of Aquitaine proved that queenship could shape more than dynasties. It could shape the very spirit of an age. No empire, no dynasty, no union of crowns can endure without strain. And in the heart of the Angevin Empire, the greatest fracture of all lay not in foreign wars, nor in baronial resistance, but within the royal household itself. For though the marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Henry II had created a vast dominion stretching from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees, it was also a marriage forged of fire and iron, powerful, brilliant, but deeply combustible. Henry was a man of tireless energy and relentless ambition. His mind was ceaseless, his temper quick, his will unbending. He lived for conquest, law, and dominion. Eleanor, by contrast, though equally ambitious, carried within her the cultivated elegance of Aquitaine and the pride of a duchess who had once ruled in her own right. She was not content to be silent, nor to fade into the shadow of her husband's command. Where Henry sought to command, Eleanor sought to advise, to guide, to share in rule, and therein lay the seeds of discord. At first, theirs was a partnership of dazzling strength, but as the years passed, cracks appeared. Henry's faithlessness as a husband cut deep. His affairs, most notoriously with Rosamond Clifford, the fair Rosamond, humiliated Eleanor, reducing her dignity before the eyes of Christendom. Rumors spread of secret gardens and hidden towers, where Henry's mistress was kept, safe from the wrath of his queen. Whether these tales were embroidered by chroniclers or whispered by enemies matters little. The damage to Eleanor's pride and to her marriage was very real. Yet the tension between them was not merely personal, it was political. Eleanor had borne Henry a dynasty, 8 children in all, including 4 sons who would each play a part in tearing the family apart. Henry, ever calculating, was reluctant to cede authority to his heirs. He clung to power, granting his sons titles without real control, crowns without sovereignty. The young king, Henry's namesake, was crowned during his father's lifetime, but left without lands or revenue, a king in name but not in power. Richard, fierce and martial, longed for his inheritance in Aquitaine. Geoffrey, ambitious and shrewd, demanded recognition in Brittany. Even John, the youngest and most overlooked, hovered on the edges of this turbulent family drama. Into this growing storm stepped Eleanor. No longer content to play the dutiful queen, she sided with her sons. Whether from maternal instinct, wounded pride, or political calculation, or most likely from all three, Eleanor cast her lot with her children against their father. It was a shocking act, almost unthinkable for a queen consort. But Eleanor was never an ordinary queen. The rebellion of 1173 to 1174 would be remembered as one of the greatest family betrayals of the Middle Ages. The young king, Richard, and Geoffrey, supported by their mother, allied with powerful barons and even with the King of France, Eleanor's former husband. The Angevin Empire cracked under the weight of this civil war. Castles burned, loyalties shifted. Brothers raised swords against their father and against each other. Eleanor's role was pivotal. Chroniclers accuse her of inciting her sons, of whispering rebellion into their ears. Others portray her as the victim of Henry's tyranny, driven to support her sons in order to secure their rightful inheritance. Whatever the truth, one fact is clear. Eleanor was no passive spectator. She was an actor, a leader, and, in many ways, the heart of the rebellion. But Henry was not easily overthrown. His armies crushed the revolt. His authority, though tested, endured, and Eleanor paid the price. Captured while attempting to join her sons, she was taken prisoner by her own husband. For the next 16 years, Eleanor would live in confinement, a queen in chains, her freedom stripped from her by the very man with whom she had once built an empire. It was one of the great ironies of her life. The most independent and brilliant woman of her age reduced to captivity by her own king. And yet, even in imprisonment, Eleanor's legend grew. She became a figure of sympathy, of admiration, a queen wronged by her husband but unbroken in spirit. Chroniclers whispered of her strength, her endurance, her defiance even in chains. This was the crucible of Eleanor's life, the moment when she ceased to be merely Henry's queen and became, in truth, her own sovereign spirit. For though she was confined, she remained central to the destiny of her dynasty. Her sons would rise one by one to challenge their father, and when Henry finally fell, it would be Eleanor who emerged from captivity, not broken, but stronger, prepared to rule once more. The marriage that had once united Aquitaine and England had become a battlefield in its own right, a battlefield where love turned to bitterness, loyalty to betrayal, and where the greatest queen of the Middle Ages proved that her power could not be silenced, even by walls of stone. By the closing decades of the 12th century, as Henry II's once mighty reign fractured under the weight of rebellion, betrayal, and exhaustion. Eleanor of Aquitaine stood as something more than a queen. She had endured triumph and humiliation, glory and captivity, motherhood and political exile. Yet through it all, she never ceased to shape the empire that bore her name and blood. Eleanor's legacy was forged not in a single act, but in the breadth of her life's work. Few women of her age, or any age, held so many titles, crossed so many boundaries, or redefined so completely the meaning of queenship. She had been Duchess of Aquitaine in her own right, Queen of France beside Louis VII, and Queen of England beside Henry II. She was the mother of kings and queens, whose bloodline would ripple across Europe, binding together realms that had once been fractured and hostile. Her importance cannot be measured only in battles fought or castles held. Eleanor's greatest contribution lay in her ability to bridge worlds. She carried the refinement of southern France into the rugged courts of England. She embodied the sophistication of Aquitaine's troubadour culture, with its devotion to poetry, music, and chivalric love, and transplanted it into the heart of Plantagenet rule. Through her, the English crown absorbed the cultural wealth of Occitania, reshaping the values and imagination of the medieval world. Courtly love, once a local flourish of Aquitanian poets, became an international ideal under Eleanor's patronage. It influenced literature, the conduct of knights, and even the politics of kings. Without her, the legends of Arthur, Lancelot, and Guinevere might never have taken the form we know today. Eleanor did not simply reign. She cultivated an atmosphere in which stories, symbols, and values flourished. An invisible empire of the imagination that rivaled the material conquests of her husband and sons. Yet her legacy was not cultural alone. Eleanor was also a political architect. She secured the Angevin succession through her children, guiding Richard the Lionheart to the throne after Henry's death. As regent during Richard's absence on the Third Crusade, Eleanor wielded authority with remarkable strength, maintaining the stability of England at a time when the realm might easily have splintered. Her authority was not questioned, for all recognized her as the living embodiment of the Angevin dynasty's legitimacy. Her role as mother was no less influential. Eleanor raised a dynasty that would dominate European politics for generations. Richard the Lionheart, famed crusader and warrior king. John, infamous but central in shaping England's constitutional future. Her daughters, who married into Castile, Sicily, Saxony, and beyond. Through them, Eleanor extended her influence into every corner of Christendom. Chroniclers would later marvel that so many crowns could be traced back to a single woman. Even her years in captivity, meant to silence her, only magnified her legend. The image of Eleanor, unjustly imprisoned yet unbroken, entered the chronicles of her time as a symbol of resilience. When she re-emerged after Henry's death, it was as though a queen reborn, aged, yes, but unshaken in will. In the twilight of her life, she still rode across Europe to arrange marriages, to negotiate treaties, to guide her grandchildren. Few queens in history have remained so active, so central, even into their 8th decade. Eleanor's legacy is thus twofold. On the one hand, she was a queen of power, builder of dynasties, regent of kingdoms, mother of kings. On the other hand, she was a queen of spirit, patroness of culture, preserver of dignity, embodiment of a new ideal of womanhood that combined beauty, intellect, and authority. To England, she gave continuity and prestige. To Aquitaine, she gave survival and permanence, ensuring her duchy remained central within the Angevin world. To Europe, she gave a dynasty that would rule for centuries, and to history, she gave an enduring symbol, that of a woman who refused silence, who bore chains but never submission, who transformed queenship itself from ornament to power. Eleanor of Aquitaine's life was not merely extraordinary for her time, it was extraordinary for all time. And when we speak of the Angevin Empire, of Richard the Lionheart, of John and the Magna Carta, of the chivalric ideals that defined the Middle Ages, we must always remember the queen who stood at the center of it all. Eleanor's legacy was not simply that of a consort, but that of a sovereign spirit, a queen whose shadow stretched across centuries, shaping both her world and ours. Eleanor of Aquitaine was not only a queen, a duchess, and a political strategist, she was also a mother. But unlike many queens whose maternal role remained confined to the nursery, Eleanor's motherhood was intertwined with the fate of empires. Her children were not merely heirs, they were instruments of her vision, extensions of her power, and symbols of the dynasty she helped forge, the Plantagenets. From her marriage to Henry II of England, Eleanor bore 8 children, and each would play a role in shaping the destiny of Europe. Yet these were no ordinary sons and daughters. They were princes and princesses raised under the shadow of ambition, within a household where love was interwoven with rivalry and loyalty was tested by politics. Eleanor's most famous son was Richard the Lionheart, the warrior king celebrated for his courage during the Crusades. But long before he became a figure of legend, Richard was Eleanor's boy. Trained in the chivalric traditions of Aquitaine, immersed in his mother's culture of poetry, courtly love, and martial valor, Eleanor adored Richard and openly favored him, seeing in him not only the heir of her bloodline, but also the champion of her ideals. Then there was John, the youngest son, later known as Lackland. History would remember him as one of England's most reviled kings, but in Eleanor's lifetime, John was the child she shielded and protected. While Richard embodied the knightly ideal, John was cunning and pragmatic, and Eleanor recognized in him the survivor who might hold the dynasty together when the storms of rivalry tore it apart. Her other children, Henry the young king, Geoffrey, Eleanor of Castile, Matilda, and Joan, were no less significant. Through them, Eleanor spread her influence across Europe, arranging marriages that bound the Plantagenets to the thrones of Spain, Sicily, and Saxony. She envisioned a network of alliances that would make her family not just rulers of England and France, but arbiters of continental politics. But motherhood for Eleanor was not tender and passive. It was political, active, and often fraught with heartache. She endured betrayals that cut to the bone, none more so than when her sons turned against their father, Henry II. In the Great Rebellion of 1173 to 1174, 3 of Eleanor's sons, Henry the young king, Richard, and Geoffrey, rose against their father. And Eleanor, perhaps weary of Henry's iron grip, lent them her support. It was an act of both maternal loyalty and political defiance. She stood beside her children in their struggle, but in doing so, she risked everything. When the rebellion failed, Henry II ordered Eleanor's arrest. She would spend the next 16 years imprisoned, her role as mother overshadowed by her punishment as queen. Yet even captivity could not erase her influence. Through letters, emissaries, and whispers that carried across the realm, Eleanor remained the guiding hand of her children's ambitions. When Henry II finally died and Richard ascended the throne, one of his first acts was to free his mother. As Queen Mother, Eleanor's authority reached its zenith. She governed England during Richard's long absence on crusade, negotiating with barons, collecting ransoms, and keeping the fragile kingdom intact. Later, when Richard died, Eleanor's loyalty turned to John. At an age when most women of her era would have retreated into obscurity, Eleanor, nearly 80 years old, still rode across Europe, securing alliances and defending her youngest son's crown. Her motherhood was not sentimental. It was dynastic. She did not simply raise children. She shaped kings, queens, and heirs who carried her legacy into every corner of Europe. Through them, Eleanor became the matriarch of one of the most powerful dynasties in medieval history. The Plantagenets would endure for centuries, their triumphs and tragedies echoing long after Eleanor's death. But at the heart of their story lies a mother, proud, fierce, and unyielding, who understood that the blood of her children was the lifeblood of empire. The year was 1173. For 2 decades, Eleanor of Aquitaine had stood beside Henry II, King of England, Duke of Normandy, ruler of Anjou, master of vast dominions stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees. Together, they had forged an empire larger than that of the French king himself. Yet, beneath the gilded surface of royal power, cracks had long begun to spread. Henry was brilliant, ruthless, and unrelenting. His authority was absolute, his will enforced across his vast Angevin domains with an iron hand. Yet for all his triumphs, he was a husband who betrayed Eleanor with countless affairs, and a father who denied his sons true power, keeping them forever in his shadow. Eleanor had endured his temper, his arrogance, his infidelities, but the balance between them was shifting. By the early 1170s, their sons had grown restless. Henry, the young king, the eldest, had been crowned in his father's lifetime, but the coronation was hollow. Though he wore a crown, he wielded no real power. The boy king chafed at his father's dominance, resentful of his ceremonial status. Richard, Eleanor's beloved second son, inherited her fierce pride and independent spirit. Trained in the courts of Aquitaine, he longed to rule his mother's duchy in his own right. Geoffrey, clever and ambitious, likewise sought autonomy. Each son, in his own way, felt the weight of Henry's suffocating rule. And Eleanor, imprisoned in her own marriage, saw an opportunity. When rebellion broke out in 1173, it was no ordinary family quarrel. It was the revolt of sons against their father, and of a queen against her king. Henry the young king, Richard, and Geoffrey all turned against Henry II, and behind them stood their mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor's decision was radical. A queen consort rarely defied her husband. Even more rarely did she side with her children in open rebellion. But Eleanor was no ordinary queen. She had ruled in her own right before Henry, and she believed her sons deserved more than to live as pawns beneath their father's iron fist. Perhaps she saw the rebellion as justice. Perhaps she saw it as liberation. Or perhaps she simply longed to break free from Henry's grasp, which had bound her for 2 decades. The rebellion was vast in scale. Eleanor and her sons reached out across Europe, forging alliances with powerful lords and monarchs. King Louis VII of France, Eleanor's former husband, offered support, eager to wound Henry's pride. The Counts of Flanders, Boulogne, and Blois joined the cause. Even William the Lion, King of Scots, entered the fray. The Angevin Empire trembled, threatened not by foreign invasion, but by treachery within its own bloodline. The wars of 1173 to 1174 swept across England and France. Castles burned, villages fell, and armies clashed in a storm of ambition and betrayal. For Eleanor, it was a dangerous gamble. She had defied not only her king, but the very order of Christendom, the sacred bond of marriage, the obedience owed by wife to husband, the loyalty of mother to father. Yet Eleanor never faltered. She had cast her lot with her sons, and she would see it through. But Henry II was relentless. He moved with the speed of a predator, crushing the rebellion in England, turning his armies upon France, and breaking the will of his enemies one by one. The revolt collapsed under his weight, and then came Eleanor's downfall. While attempting to join her sons in France, Eleanor was captured. Accounts differ. Some say she was disguised as a man, others that she was betrayed, but the result was the same. She was delivered into Henry's hands, and the punishment was swift. The great Duchess of Aquitaine, the once proud Queen of France and England, was reduced to a prisoner. For the next 16 years, Eleanor would live under guard, moving between castles, her freedom stripped away by the husband she had defied. Her sons fared little better. Henry the young king, though briefly reconciled with his father, died in 1183, consumed by fever and frustration. Geoffrey perished in 1186 in a tournament accident. Richard and John would live to rule, but only after years of conflict and suspicion. Yet Eleanor's spirit was not broken. In captivity, she waited, she endured, she bided her time. Letters and whispers carried her influence still, even behind locked doors. She never ceased to be mother, queen, duchess, and strategist. And when Henry II at last lay dying in 1189, broken by war and betrayal, his surviving son Richard ascended the throne. One of his first acts was to release his mother. Eleanor, now in her 60s, stepped out of the shadows of imprisonment and returned to power with a force that astonished her enemies. The revolt of 1173 to 1174 was a failure in arms, but it revealed something deeper. Eleanor's refusal to submit, her unyielding loyalty to her sons, and her ability to defy the very King of England. Though she lost her freedom, she gained something greater, the undying legend of a queen who dared to rise against her husband and who survived to shape the destiny of her dynasty. Eleanor of Aquitaine was no stranger to power. She had ruled as Duchess of Aquitaine in her own right, as Queen of France beside Louis VII, and as Queen of England alongside Henry II. She had been a patron of culture, a strategist in politics, and the very heartbeat of the Plantagenet dynasty. Yet in 1173, all of that was stripped away in a single act of defiance. For Eleanor had dared to rebel. She had chosen to stand with her sons against their father, Henry II, a rebellion that shook the empire to its core. When the revolt collapsed, Henry's wrath fell upon her, and the punishment was severe: imprisonment. For the next 16 years, Eleanor of Aquitaine would live as a prisoner of her own husband. The story of Eleanor's captivity is not one of silence or surrender. It is a tale of survival, resilience, and quiet strength. Though the world may have thought her diminished, Eleanor endured, watching and waiting as the years turned. After the failed rebellion of 1173 to 1174, Eleanor of Aquitaine's life took a dramatic and unforgiving turn. The queen who had once traversed kingdoms, commanded armies, and brokered dynastic alliances was now reduced to a prisoner. Her movements and choices dictated entirely by Henry II. She was moved from castle to castle across England, Winchester, Sarum, Marlborough, and more, each stone fortress a gilded cage. though her royal status afforded her certain courtesies, she remained constantly under guard, her freedom curtailed, her voice monitored, and her correspondence intercepted or censored. At times, Eleanor was permitted to appear at court or accompany Henry on journeys, a reminder of her elevated station and the power she once wielded. Yet these appearances were never those of a sovereign exercising authority. They were carefully orchestrated displays, a queen in name, but not in command. At other times, she was confined to austere chambers, rooms of cold stone where only the occasional torch flickered against damp walls. In these solitary spaces, the absence of her usual attendants and the silence of enforced isolation were meant to erode both body and spirit. Imagine the contrast. A queen who had once commanded the loyalty of nobles, who had presided over vast courts where the corridors echoed with music, poetry, and the deliberations of empires, now confined to narrow, echoing hallways where every footstep was guarded, every gesture observed. A queen who had once issued decrees to kings and counts, now had her power reduced to whispers, rumors, and the quiet hope that her sons might eventually succeed where she could not. And yet, even in captivity, Eleanor was never truly powerless. Her mind remained alert, her political instincts sharp. She observed, analyzed, and waited, turning confinement into a strategy of endurance. Letters that were smuggled in and out allowed her to maintain contact with her children, allies, and distant courts, a subtle web of influence that persisted despite her physical restraints. The very experience of imprisonment, intended to diminish her, instead honed her resilience and patience. Eleanor's presence in these castles was a paradox. She was both prisoner and symbol, silenced yet ever present in the consciousness of the realm. Nobles whispered of her intelligence, chroniclers recorded her dignity, and even Henry, in his efforts to restrain her, could not erase the mark she had already left on the political and cultural landscape of Europe. In the quiet of those stone halls, Eleanor's spirit endured, a sovereign of mind and will, biding her time until the day she would emerge again, older, wiser, and ready to reclaim her place in the history of empires. Even behind locked doors and heavy stone walls, Eleanor of Aquitaine never ceased to be a mother. Her role as matriarch was not diminished by chains. If anything, it became more acute, sharpened by distance, danger, and the constant awareness of her children's precarious lives. Each day, each hour, she carried in her mind the fates of her sons, the hopes she had invested in them, and the burdens of the dynasty she had helped create. Henry the young king, crowned in name but powerless in reality, was a source of both pride and anguish. Eleanor had nurtured him, guiding his early education and teaching him the ideals of rulership. Yet despite her guidance, he was trapped under the iron hand of Henry II. When illness overtook him in 1183, Eleanor was denied even the most basic comfort: the chance to see him, to hold him, to speak words of consolation. She learned of his suffering and eventual death in isolation, forced to grieve alone, with nothing but the echo of her maternal love reverberating through cold prison chambers. Her sorrow was private, profound, and compounded by guilt, the weight of having failed to protect her child, though the chains that bound her had made it impossible to intervene. Geoffrey, ever ambitious and clever, brought both hope and anxiety. Eleanor had watched him grow into a young man capable of cunning strategy and fearless action, yet even he could not escape the dangers that surrounded the Plantagenet family. In 1186, a tournament in Paris claimed his life, an event marked by both public spectacle and private tragedy. For Eleanor, the news was another piercing wound. She mourned the loss of yet another child, a son whose potential had been extraordinary, now extinguished while she remained confined, powerless to comfort or guide him in his final moments. And yet, even in the shadow of such grief, Eleanor's hope persisted. Richard, her second son and the future Lionheart, embodied both her pride and her strategic vision. He carried the fire of Aquitaine in his heart, the courage and intellect she had instilled in him from childhood. Through secret correspondence, trusted messengers, and loyal allies, Eleanor continued to influence his upbringing and political decisions. Every letter, every whispered instruction, was a thread connecting her from the shadows of her captivity to the courts and battlefields her sons now navigated. John, her youngest, was both a worry and a promise. Eleanor recognized in him the qualities of survival, cunning, patience, and adaptability. She nurtured these traits from afar, never allowing the imprisonment imposed by Henry II to silence her maternal authority. Even in chains, Eleanor remained a guiding force, a subtle architect of strategy and ambition, shaping the Plantagenet legacy from the confines of her cell. In these years, Eleanor's motherhood transcended tenderness. It became vigilance, foresight, and endurance. She grieved, she planned, she advised, all within the cold solitude of stone walls. Though physically restrained, her influence stretched across kingdoms. Every decision she made, every instruction she sent, was a testament to her unbreakable resolve as a mother, a queen, and the matriarch of a dynasty whose fate rested upon her wisdom and patience. Even imprisoned, Eleanor's maternal presence was felt in every maneuver, every succession plan, and every alliance her sons pursued. Her love was not soft or sentimental. It was strategic, enduring, and powerful. She was a mother whose arms were bound, but whose influence knew no chains. While Eleanor endured the silence of captivity, the world beyond her stone walls roared with movement, conflict, and the restless ambitions of men. Henry II, tireless as ever, pressed forward with the iron will that had built his vast Angevin empire. He rode endlessly across his dominions, from the windswept shores of Normandy to the rugged hills of Aquitaine, from the halls of Westminster to the battlefields of Anjou. Wherever he went, his presence carried both fear and order. He crushed revolts, imposed law, collected tribute, and forced lords to bend the knee to his authority. Yet these victories came with an invisible price. The strength that had once made Henry formidable now began to fray. His empire was vast but brittle, stitched together with oaths of loyalty that weakened with time. His vassals grew restless, their obedience worn thin by his unyielding demands. His once loyal allies turned opportunistic, sensing weakness behind his ceaseless campaigns. Most dangerous of all was the crumbling loyalty of his own blood. His sons, whom he had crowned and titled with the promise of shared power, had grown embittered by the reality of his dominance. Henry the young king chafed under the humiliation of ruling in name only, his ambitions smoldering into rebellion. Geoffrey maneuvered with quiet cunning, playing politics in Brittany and beyond. Richard, proud and headstrong, increasingly saw himself as a king in his own right, not a prince in his father's shadow. And John, the youngest, once Henry's favored child, began to reveal a calculating streak that unsettled even his allies. For Eleanor, watching from afar, this decline was both tragedy and vindication. She had predicted it, perhaps even orchestrated the seeds of it before her imprisonment. Now she waited, her silence more dangerous than words. Every faltering step Henry took, every betrayal he suffered, Every sign of his waning health was a reminder that his empire could not outlast the fractures within his own family. Henry's body, too, began to betray him. Years of ceaseless travel, war, and strain etched lines deep into his face and bent his once iron frame. His health failed gradually, but unmistakably. Once a king who could outride and outfight men half his age, he now found himself slowed, weakened, and exhausted. The whispers began to spread. The great king was mortal after all. And always, in the background, there was Eleanor. Her presence haunted Henry's triumphs and defeats alike. Though locked away, she was never truly absent. Chroniclers noted her silence, her endurance, her watchful patience. Henry's enemies looked to her as a symbol of resistance. His sons, even when quarreling with each other, carried the memory of her teachings and her influence. She was a queen in chains, yet her shadow lingered at every feast, every battlefield, every council chamber. The world outside Eleanor's cell was restless, fractured, and shifting. Empires rose and began to weaken. Kings aged and grew frail. Sons turned against fathers. And Eleanor, waiting, silent, enduring, remained the one constant presence, poised to reclaim her power when the moment arrived. Eleanor's captivity was not merely the act of a husband silencing his wife. It was a trial by fire, a crucible designed to test the limits of her spirit. 16 years. 16 winters of cold stone, 16 summers of confinement. For most, such a span of time would have erased ambition, broken resolve, and left nothing but quiet submission. But Eleanor was not most. She was a woman forged in the courts of Aquitaine, hardened on the battlefields of France, and sharpened by the intrigues of two crowns. Her imprisonment was never entirely silent. Even within walls meant to contain her, Eleanor found ways to listen. Trusted servants, loyal allies, and even sympathetic guards carried whispers from the outside world. She followed the tides of rebellion and reconciliation, the marriages and deaths, the victories and humiliations of Henry's reign. Though her hands were bound, her mind roamed free across the vast Angevin dominions, taking note of every weakness, every shift in fortune, every sign that her time would return. Patience became her weapon. Where Henry wielded the sword, Eleanor wielded silence. Where he imposed his will with force, she honed her endurance in quiet defiance. Each passing year did not diminish her. It strengthened her, like steel tempered in flame. She understood that no kingdom, no dynasty, no king could escape the weight of time. Henry, for all his power, was mortal. His strength waned. His sons grew restless. His empire frayed at the edges. Eleanor knew this truth as surely as she knew the beat of her own heart. Her captivity would end, and when it did, she would emerge not broken, but renewed. 16 years is long enough to watch a generation come of age. From the shadows, Eleanor's influence stretched across borders. She sent messages, subtle and discreet, reminding her children of her counsel. Richard, the Lionheart, carried her fire into every campaign. John absorbed her lessons in patience and calculation. Even in silence, she was a mother, a strategist, a queen. Her endurance was not passive. It was active vigilance. She waited as a hawk waits, high above the field, circling, biding time, knowing that eventually the prey must falter. And when it did, the strike would be swift and certain. For Eleanor understood one truth above all others, the truth that kept her spirit alive through long nights and darker days. Henry would not live forever. Kings are not eternal, no matter how fierce or unyielding. And when his hour came, when the crown slipped from his brow and his dominion passed to another, her time would come again. 16 years of patience, 16 years of resilience, 16 years of unbroken will. When the doors of her captivity finally opened, Eleanor of Aquitaine would step back into the world not as a defeated prisoner, but as the matriarch of an empire, ready to claim the role that had always been hers. By the late 1180s, the empire of Henry II, once vast, unshakable, and awe-inspiring, began to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. For decades, Henry had ruled with iron determination, building a dominion that stretched from the misty borders of Scotland to the sunlit vineyards of Aquitaine. Yet for all his victories, he could not conquer the one enemy that undid every monarch: time. His body, worn from relentless campaigns and endless travel, betrayed him. The once tireless horseman, famed for his energy and stamina, now faltered under the burden of age. His enemies grew bolder, his lords restless, and most cruelly, his own sons rose against him again and again. In those final years, Henry was haunted not only by political enemies, but by his own blood. Richard, the son he had distrusted, and John, the son he had once favored, both turned against him. The great king, who had built an empire with fire and steel, found himself abandoned and broken. In July of 1189, Henry II died at Chinon, defeated not on the battlefield, but by the slow corrosion of betrayal, illness, and despair. Chroniclers wrote that his heart had been pierced as much by treachery as by fever. His empire, stitched together by marriages, conquests, and treaties, passed into the hands of Richard the Lionheart, the son who bore Eleanor's pride and courage. And with Henry's death came the moment Eleanor had endured 16 long years to see. Richard's first command as king was not to rally armies, not to demand tribute, not even to proclaim his power, but to set his mother free. It was as if Richard understood instinctively that his reign could not begin without Eleanor at his side, the woman whose wisdom had guided him since childhood, whose endurance had preserved the dynasty even in silence. The doors of Eleanor's captivity were thrown open. 16 winters of cold stone and iron chains gave way to open air and sunlight. She was in her 60s now, her hair streaked with silver, her body bearing the marks of time, but her spirit was as unbreakable as ever. If anything, those years of waiting had forged her into something greater. Not merely a queen consort or a duchess, but the living embodiment of Plantagenet endurance. Her release was not simply a personal triumph. It was a transformation of power. Eleanor did not emerge from captivity to fade into obscurity. Instead, she stepped immediately into a role of supreme importance: mother of the king, counselor to Richard, and soon regent of England during his absence on crusade. In that moment, her survival became more than endurance. It was victory. She had outlasted Henry. She had outlasted her enemies. She had lived long enough to see her beloved son crowned, long enough to return to the halls of power, long enough to shape the destiny of Europe once again. For Eleanor of Aquitaine, the tide had turned. Chains had been broken, shadows lifted, and the queen who had endured the darkness was reborn into light. Not as a prisoner, but as the most powerful woman in Christendom. Eleanor of Aquitaine emerged from captivity not as a diminished figure, but as a woman reborn. For nearly 16 years she had endured confinement, her voice silenced and her influence suppressed. Yet the moment of her release revealed a truth long underestimated by her enemies. Imprisonment had not broken her spirit. It had tempered it. The Eleanor who re-entered the stage of power was no longer merely the wife of a king, but the undisputed matriarch of one of the most powerful dynasties in Europe. When Richard the Lionheart ascended the throne in 1189, he entrusted his mother with immense responsibility. Eleanor became the axis upon which the kingdom turned. While Richard embarked on the perilous journey of the Third Crusade, Eleanor governed in his stead. From the fortified halls of Westminster to the windswept castles of Aquitaine, her authority was absolute. She presided over courts, negotiated with barons, and oversaw the careful balance of power between England, Normandy, and her own ancestral duchy. Her presence alone was enough to command obedience, for she embodied not only the authority of a queen, but the weight of a dynasty that had already changed the course of Europe. But Eleanor's power was not confined to the English realm. Even in her advanced years, she became a stateswoman without equal. She crossed mountains and rivers to arrange marriages that secured alliances, linking her children and grandchildren to the royal houses of Castile, Saxony, and beyond. With each union, she wove a political web that stretched across Christendom, ensuring that the name of Aquitaine and the blood of the Plantagenets would echo through generations. Perhaps her most astonishing act of resilience came in defense of her youngest surviving son, John. When Richard's death left the throne vulnerable, it was Eleanor, by then well into her 70s, who rode across Europe to secure John's succession. Braving age, exhaustion, and the endless dangers of travel, she carried with her the authority of a queen and the determination of a mother who refused to see her son's claim erased. Diplomats and rivals alike bowed before her resolve, for few dared to oppose the will of Eleanor of Aquitaine. Her years of imprisonment had forged her into something more enduring than a consort or regent. They had shaped her into the living symbol of continuity, a bridge between the ideals of the chivalric past and the dawning realities of a new political order. By the time of her final years, she was revered not only as the widow of Henry II or the mother of Richard and John, but as the grand architect of a dynasty whose influence would ripple through Europe for centuries. The Eleanor who had once been silenced now commanded history itself. She had transformed from a young Duchess of Aquitaine into a Queen of France, from Queen Consort of England into Queen Mother of a dynasty, and finally, into a legend. Eleanor's long imprisonment stands as one of the most extraordinary testaments to endurance in medieval history. For nearly 16 years, the queen who once commanded courts, negotiated with kings, and rode at the head of armies was forced into silence, her world reduced to stone walls, barred windows, and the steady echo of footsteps in corridors not her own. To many, such confinement would have been the end, a slow erasure of influence, a quiet descent into obscurity. Yet for Eleanor of Aquitaine, those years were not wasted years. They became the crucible in which her strength was hardened, her wisdom deepened, and her legacy immortalized. We must imagine her not as a woman broken by chains, but as one reforged by them. Deprived of the spectacle of courtly life and the politics of the throne, Eleanor found within herself a deeper reservoir of patience, strategy, and foresight. She endured not with bitterness, but with an iron will fixed on the horizon. The survival of her children, the preservation of her dynasty, and the safeguarding of a vision larger than any prison cell could contain. Her silence was not weakness. It was power withheld, a quiet resistance that would one day thunder across Christendom. For when she finally emerged from captivity, she did so not as a diminished relic of a bygone age, but as a matriarch, a stateswoman, and a living symbol of resilience. Her voice, once suppressed, returned sharper and more authoritative than before, and her presence shaped the reigns of her sons and the fate of empires. History often measures kings by the size of their armies, the territories they conquer, or the castles they leave behind. But Eleanor of Aquitaine is measured differently. Her greatest conquest was not of land or people, but of time itself. The unrelenting march of years meant to silence her, which instead amplified her name. Her survival, her ability to endure injustice without surrender, became her crown, brighter than any jewel she had once worn. In the end, Eleanor's survival was not simply personal triumph. It was an act of devotion to her lineage, to her vision of unity between England and France, and to the cultural flowering of Europe she had helped ignite. Where others saw a prisoner, history now sees a survivor who outlasted kings, outmaneuvered enemies, and secured her place among the greatest figures of the Middle Ages. Eleanor of Aquitaine is remembered not only as Queen of France and England, not only as Mother of Kings and Duchess of vast lands, but as the woman who proved that resilience itself can be the mightiest legacy of all. When Eleanor of Aquitaine emerged from her long captivity, the world she returned to was one scarred by conflict, but also one full of opportunity. King Henry II, the husband who had once held her in chains, was gone. In his place now stood her favorite son, Richard, a man whose very name would echo through the centuries. Richard the Lionheart. Richard was no ordinary monarch. From his youth he was steeped in tales of valor, music, and poetry, nurtured by Eleanor's own vision of the chivalric world. But he was also hardened by rebellion, seasoned by the clash of swords against his father's armies. To Eleanor, he was both her triumph and her last great gamble, the son she had always believed destined to carry forward her bloodline's greatness. Eleanor, though aged, was far from a passive onlooker. She became Richard's most vital ally, his advisor, and at times his very regent. While Richard pursued glory across the seas, answering the call of the Crusades, Eleanor remained in the heart of his realm, ensuring that the machinery of power did not crumble in his absence. It was her wisdom, her diplomacy, and her authority that safeguarded England during the years when its king was away chasing Jerusalem. The bond between mother and son was one forged in fire and betrayal, yet it endured. Richard trusted Eleanor as few others did. She negotiated with lords, secured finances, and even arranged alliances through marriages that stretched from Aquitaine to Castile. She was not simply a queen dowager. She was the iron matriarch, the beating heart of the Angevin Empire. And when Richard was captured on his return from crusade, held prisoner in distant lands, it was Eleanor who took to the roads of Europe. Despite her years, she traveled tirelessly, rallying support, raising ransom, and standing before courts and kings to secure his freedom. The sight of this elderly queen, veiled yet commanding, humbling herself before allies and enemies alike, was a testament not to weakness, but to her unshakable will. Richard's reign, brief though it was, glittered with legend. Songs and chronicles praised his bravery, his battlefield genius, and his lion's heart. Yet behind the golden image stood Eleanor, the architect of his survival, the guardian of his throne, the silent strategist whose influence shaped the myth itself. The age of Richard the Lionheart was not merely about a king who wielded a sword, but about a queen who wielded endurance, vision, and unbreakable resolve. Eleanor of Aquitaine had outlived her husband's wrath, defied her captors, and now, in the twilight of her years, stood as the unwavering force that held an empire together. In this chapter of her life, Eleanor's power was quieter than it had once been, but no less formidable. Where once she rode at the head of armies, now she ruled through diplomacy, through presence, through the weight of a name that commanded both fear and admiration. And so, as Richard's lion roared across Europe, it was Eleanor's steady hand that guided the course of the empire. She had seen the fall of one dynasty, the rise of another, and through it all, she endured. The age of Richard the Lionheart was as much Eleanor's as it was her son's, for without her, his crown might have crumbled, and his legend might never have taken root. By the time Eleanor of Aquitaine entered the twilight of her life, she had already outlived 2 kings, countless rivals, and nearly every limitation that her age, her sex, or her enemies had tried to impose upon her. She was no longer the radiant young duchess who had dazzled France with her beauty, nor the rebellious queen who had challenged the might of Henry II, nor even the regent who held her son Richard's empire together while he fought abroad. In these last years, Eleanor had become something even greater, a living legend, the embodiment of endurance, and a lioness in winter. The Eleanor of her final decades was a woman well into her 70s and 80s, a staggering age for the 12th century, when life was often brutally short. Her body bore the weight of time, yet her mind remained sharp, her will unbroken. She had seen her beloved Richard die, his lion's heart silenced by a crossbow bolt in 1199. His death might have crushed another mother, but Eleanor endured, turning her attention to the future and to the fragile crown that now rested upon the head of her youngest son, John. Where Richard had been the warrior king, John was more cautious, more uncertain, and in the eyes of many, less capable. Eleanor knew the kingdom her sons inherited was precarious, its enemies circling like vultures. Once again, even in her old age, she shouldered the responsibility of holding the empire together. She arranged treaties, negotiated truces, and traveled with astonishing determination, even as age and grief pressed heavily upon her. In these final years, her journeys became legendary. She traveled across mountains, rivers, and battle-scarred roads, often enduring bitter cold, relentless rain, and punishing terrain. Chronicles tell us of Eleanor crossing the Pyrenees to secure alliances in Spain, her carriage rattling over treacherous passes, guarded by armed riders. Each mile she traveled was an act of defiance, proof that age could not chain her spirit. Even kings half her age would not have dared the roads she conquered in her last decades. Yet these were not years of triumph alone. They were years of loss, of hardship, and of a deepening sense of the fragility of the world she had built. She mourned Richard, mourned the empire that seemed always on the brink of fracture, mourned the weight of time that carried away the companions of her youth. But Eleanor was never one to yield. Even in sorrow, she acted. Even in grief, she endured. By the early 1200s, Eleanor withdrew more frequently to the Abbey of Fontevraud, a place of spiritual retreat, but also one deeply connected to her dynasty. Here, among the stone cloisters and chanting monks, she began to contemplate her legacy. Fontevraud was no ordinary abbey. It was the resting place of kings and queens, the spiritual heart of her family's story. It was here that she commissioned effigies to be carved, her likeness captured not as a frail old woman, but as a queen reading a book, serene and composed. A final declaration of who she had been. A patron of learning, a woman of wisdom, a sovereign of enduring strength. When Eleanor died in 1204, she was nearly 82 years old, an astonishing age for her time, and a life that spanned almost the entire 12th century. She had been Queen of France, Queen of England, Duchess of Aquitaine, Mother of Kings, and matriarch of an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. More than any title, she had been a force of history itself. Her effigy still lies at Fontevraud Abbey, beside Henry II, the husband who had once imprisoned her, and beside Richard, the son whose lion's heart had defined an age. In stone, she lies forever with open eyes, holding a book, as if reading eternally, as if even in death her mind refused to be silenced. Eleanor of Aquitaine's final years were not a quiet retreat into obscurity, but the last movement of a symphony that had defined the Middle Ages. She was the lioness in winter, aged yet unbowed, weary yet unbroken, carrying with her the memory of crusades, the legacy of kings, and the spirit of endurance that still speaks to us across 8 centuries. She had lived too long for anyone to doubt her strength, and she had survived too fiercely for history to ever forget her name. The legacy of Eleanor of Aquitaine is not bound by the walls of a single palace, nor by the borders of one kingdom. Her story transcends time and space, reaching across France and England, shaping dynasties, cultures, and the very fabric of medieval Europe. She was a queen who lived not just once, but twice, and whose presence echoes centuries after her death. When historians speak of Eleanor, they do not speak of her as a passive figure standing quietly in the shadow of kings. Instead, they remember her as a commanding force, a woman who dared to seize the mantle of authority, who understood that power was not given freely, but taken, nurtured, and defended. Eleanor was both participant and architect of her own destiny, navigating the treacherous world of medieval politics with an intelligence sharper than steel. Her reign as Duchess of Aquitaine brought wealth, prestige, and cultural brilliance to France. By marrying Louis VII, she brought one of the richest territories in Europe into the French crown, forever altering the balance of power. Yet when that marriage ended in failure, Eleanor did not fade into obscurity. Instead, she emerged stronger, joining her fate to Henry Plantagenet, soon to be Henry II of England, and with that union forged a vast Angevin empire stretching from the Scottish border to the Pyrenees. 2 thrones, 2 crowns, and 1 remarkable queen. But Eleanor's legacy was more than political maps and dynastic marriages. She was a patroness of the arts, a cultivator of culture, and an innovator of ideas. In her courts, troubadours flourished, and the ideals of chivalry and courtly love spread like wildfire across Europe. These were not idle entertainments, but cultural currents that reshaped the very way nobility understood honor, loyalty, and the role of women in love and life. Eleanor made culture itself a weapon of influence, a subtle yet enduring form of power. Her legacy also lived through her children, and what children they were. Kings and queens who would rule England, France, Castile, and beyond. Richard the Lionheart, remembered as one of the greatest warrior kings in history, carried forward her bloodline and her indomitable will. John, though infamous for his failures, still shaped English constitutional history through the Magna Carta. Her daughters married into royal houses across Europe, extending Eleanor's influence into nearly every corner of Christendom. Through them, she became the grandmother of nations, her lineage entwined with Europe's destiny. Yet Eleanor's final years remind us of another side of legacy, the quiet endurance of memory and spirit. At Fontevraud Abbey, she found both sanctuary and stage. Here she withdrew from the chaos of courtly intrigue, but never fully surrendered her influence. She planned marriages, secured inheritances, and guided her children's futures even from within cloistered walls. And it was here that she chose to rest for eternity. Her effigy at Fontevraud is not depicted with crown or sword, but with a book in her hands, a final testament to her intellect, her love of learning, and her enduring wisdom. The stone image lies beside those of Henry II and Richard the Lionheart, her husband and her son. Yet in death, as in life, Eleanor commands her own place in history. Visitors who look upon her serene effigy see not only a medieval queen, but a woman who bent the arc of history. Eleanor of Aquitaine's legacy is vast. She was a woman who navigated the storm of crusades and rebellions, who lived through the collapse of one marriage and the forging of another, who survived imprisonment and the deaths of kings, and who emerged time and again with her power intact. She stood in an age when women were expected to be silent, yet her voice rang across courts, across centuries, across kingdoms. To call her merely a queen is not enough. She was a founder of dynasties, a patron of culture, a strategist of politics, and above all, a symbol of resilience. Eleanor shaped two kingdoms, but more than that, she shaped the very idea of queenship itself. Her memory lives not only in effigies of stone and ink upon parchment, but in the traditions, laws, and stories of Europe. And so, the legacy of Eleanor of Aquitaine endures, in cathedrals and castles, in tapestries and songs, in the rise and fall of dynasties. Hers is a story that did not end with her death, but continues to ripple outward centuries later, like the echoes of a queen who ruled not with fear, but with brilliance, endurance, and vision.
Subscribe for more untold history.